I'm live now.
Okay, we'll join you soon.
If you want me to start, I can start now.
You can start now.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be a blessing to the body of Christ. Thank you, my dearly beloved pastor, Pastor Ezra. Ever since I met you, I have seen the reason, to stick to you for your wisdom, for your addiction to God and the service of God, and for your support, being a blessing to the body of Christ. I appreciate God for your life, for your family, and for everyone under the sound of my voice. Thank you again. I really, really appreciate. So today, it's going to be a long one, though we're going to be having breaks intermittently. Our topic, because we were looking at God's design for health. God's design for health. I'm going to look at two different scriptures. One of them is in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, from verse 19 to 20. And the second one again I'm going to look at, and which I'm going to read, is in 3 John chapter 1, verse 2. The Bible said, "Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth." You see, many people pray for prosperity, but this scripture reveals God's order. And what is God's order? It talks about spiritual health, he talks about physical health, and he talks about prosperity, and all these things are connected. You see, God desires not only that you have money, but that your body functions well, and that your mind is at peace, and that your soul is thriving. A healthy soul produces healthy choices, healthy relationships, and often a healthier body. You see, this verse reminds us that divine success is not measured by wealth alone, but by the harmony of spirit, of soul, and of the body. God's desire is for complete well-being, is not merely for survival. God's desire is for a life of strength, purpose, and wholeness. So, the question is, how do we cue into that desire? Because I know that we have lost track. The reason why I say we have lost track is because if you come to my DM, if you're opportune to look at my DM, you will cry. at the amount of suffering that people have to go through. 3 days ago, I was managing a patient who was feeding from her nostrils, from her nose. It's not God's design. Do you know how many people who are amputated today because probably they were diabetic? It's not God's design that we will die in pieces. No. Well, before we begin to discuss diabetes or hypertension or arthritis or kidney disease, because we're going to talk about these things. But I want you, first of all, to understand something that is very important. And that is that God did not create human beings to be chronically sick. Our body is not a mistake. Unfortunately, our body is weak today. Most of us are defective today. But when God finished creation, remember, he looked at everything that he made and he declared that it is very good. That includes you. That includes your body. That includes your kidneys. That includes your liver. That includes your eyes. Even your heart. Do you know that your heart beats over 100,000 times a day? Your liver performs more than 500 different functions. Your immune system continues daily to fight millions of threats every day. Last night, a cancer patient who I was managing said, because she went for chemotherapy and she started having incontinence. Incontinence means she can't take control when she pee. So, and she told me she went back to the hospital and complained that after the chemotherapy, she had incontinence. But the hospital told her, no, it's not chemotherapy that caused incontinence. And when she reported it to me, I said, no, they lied to you. Because chemotherapy makes you vulnerable. Chemotherapy damages your immune system. So it's now easy for you to catch opportunistic infection because you have damaged your immune system with chemotherapy. And I'm still going to come to that. But why I'm saying it is just for you to understand that she couldn't have, they were thinking it's probably toilet infection. And I said, of course, the woman have daughters in her house. Why don't they have the same toilet infection? Because they use the same toilet. But because her immune is weak. So assuming it was toilet infection, you see how strong the immune system of her daughters had been, even her own had been before she went for chemotherapy. So when I say that your immune system fights millions of threats every day, even when you pass on the road, you will breathe some kind of dust and you will sneeze. That sneezing is a response from your immune system. So your immune system continues to fight these threats on a daily basis. Your skin repairs itself. Just 30 minutes ago, before I came on live, I wanted to get my life from my bag. I just dipped my hand and I had a cut. I didn't know what cut. I didn't have time to really check what pierced my hand, and it was bleeding profusely, very dark red blood. So I applied pressure and I held it so that it will heal. Why did it heal? Because God have put in us the capacity for healing. Our bone repairs itself. Your digestive system continues to extract nutrients from the food, even without your permission, even without your instruction. So the body is one of the greatest miracles that God ever created. The question is, why are we sick? And that is the question that we'll continue to answer until the end of this program. Why are we sick? Why are people becoming diabetic at 30? Why is stroke affecting young adults? Why is cancer increasing? Why are people taking medications for decades without getting well? And the answer is simple. Most chronic diseases are lifestyle disease. It is not God's principles, not God's purpose, not God's design that changed. It is us that changed. We changed what we eat. We changed how we sleep. We changed how we move. We changed how we think. And once you change, your body will respond accordingly. That is what is called homeostasis. That is what is called balance. Your body continues to struggle to bring balance. That is why when you wake up and you notice the sun is so harsh, you will start sweating. Your body is bringing balance. When the weather is so cold, you will notice goosebump on your body. Your body is bringing balance. So God's principles and intentions did not change. What have changed is our lifestyle. Why? Because now we live in a world of chemicals. Very quickly, let me talk about a company called Monsanto. That company, Monsanto, helped to manufacture chemicals used in the Vietnam War. For some of us here that are older, that understands what happened in the war, how America damaged Vietnamese soldiers, and how the remains of the chemical bomb continued to cause dysfunction in the life of the young people, the women who survived Vietnam War. That company, Monsanto, was the most powerful company with global influence. Do you know, over decades, Monsanto produced products including PCBs, including Agent Orange, which was what they used to damage Vietnam. Monsanto developed glyphosate. It's an active ingredient in the herbicide called Roundup, and I'm going to come to that because they continue to market glyphosate as a revolutionary weed killer. But remember, it is the same company that created Agent Orange, and it is the same company that is pioneering our so-called genetically modified food production today. They produce things, they sell to farmers, and they make farming look like a transactional thing. People now have to subscribe to buy the seeds and subscribe to buy the chemicals, the fertilizers, and the herbicides, pesticides that you will use, the weed killers. Monsanto want to take over everything. Today, farmers can spray that in their fields, kill their weeds, and grow the crops that Monsanto sold to them. These are genetically engineered because those crops by Monsanto were genetically created to tolerate the chemicals. So the crops become genetically modified. The result was a dramatic shift in agriculture. So instead of the regular system that our forefathers used to manage weeds, instead of doing crop rotation or mixed farming or traditional methods, our farmers are now becoming dependent on that system because there is a deception that is being sold. That is the reason why Bill Gates is in Nigeria. Because millions of farmlands are now under his control without our knowledge. Do you see how the chemicals are creeping into our food? The chemicals are creeping into our blood. The chemicals are creeping silently, consistently, without our knowledge. This is where the root cause of what we are experiencing, the proliferation of cancer, the proliferation of diabetes, of kidney problem, this is where it's coming from. because health concerns now have intensified. Glyphosate residues are now being detected in the food we eat, in the water that we drink, in the soil, even in the human urine. Current research in America showed that most 90% of human urine have glyphosate, this product from Monsanto, because they have taken over farming. Even scientific regulatory bodies, they have continued to see the risk, the controversy because of the use of this. As a matter of fact, sometime in Japan, there was this non-Hodgkin lymphoma. It took over. It damaged a lot of farmers who were using glyphosate. And now another chemical that is called the PFAS is called the forever chemicals. That's another dangerous thing that crept in. The forever chemicals, they are a family of chemicals that are firefighting foams. You find them in industrial processing, you find them in food packaging, you find them in non-stick coatings, the pots that we are using that are called non-stick, because we don't want to be used to washing our pots, so we want non-stick. And many consumer products, these are called the forever chemicals because they break down extremely slowly and they can remain in the environment and in the human body for years. Do you know these chemicals are now detected in water? These chemicals are now detected in the wildlife, they are detected in our soil, detected in our food chain, even in the human blood. Compounds in these forever chemicals are now seen to be causing immune dysfunction, causing thyroid disturbances, causing fertility problems, causing developmental issues. So when you have children, they become children with Down syndrome, children that cannot talk. Do not have people that have liver defects, people that have increased risk of cancer. This is how the chemicals crept into our society and into our lives unknowingly. So you see, God's design for us is to live in health. But unfortunately, we have followed a path that takes to sickness. And there are some critics that argue that maybe modern agriculture have become increasingly dependent on chemical solutions. I remember those days when we were much younger in the primary school. We used to support our teachers in their garden. So when we go, we help them to cut out the grasses, pack them, dig a pit, do what is called composting. That was the regular way that we do agriculture. Because in composting, you are fermenting the soil microbes, you are fermenting earthworms, you are creating manure. And by the time you introduce it to the crop or the tomato or anything that we planted, the pepper or garden egg or cucumber, we will notice these things will do well. Why? That is biodiversity. That is farmer independence. And that impacted our health in those days. Unfortunately, the future of farming today depends on chemicals. So the first thing that we have to do is to begin to address the problem of farming, because that is where you have the root cause of many chronic diseases, many, very many chronic diseases. So what if I told you that your body does not simply wake up one morning and maybe decide to develop cancer or diabetes? No. What if I told you that your body don't just come up and say he has hypertension? What if I told you that your body does not just wake up and have arthritis? And a lot of people think arthritis is maybe one wicked uncle in the village, or wicked auntie in the village, or one other grandmother, from the other parents, for people that are polygamous, that's how they put arthritis and you matched it. That's how it came. But what if I told you that it is as a result of the creeping in of these chemicals? Infertility, dementia, autoimmune disease. These are conditions that I cannot isolate from the real root causes. What if there are different branches growing from the same poisoned roots? Most people think that disease begins when diagnosis is made. No. A lump is found. So you say, now that you have found a lump, this is when it started. No. Or you check your blood pressure, it rises. You say, oh, your blood pressure is high now. This is where the problem starts. No. Or you check your blood sugar, it's abnormal. So you think now that it's abnormal, this is where it starts. No. I can tell you sincerely that there are no sudden discoveries of disease. The problem is that these things continue to creep into our lives and continue to exploit our adaptive reserve, our capacity to have balance, our capacity to withstand. It comes in quietly, it comes in silently. But because of repeated assault on the body, that is when we now acclimatize to it. For instance, you have somebody who today is a chain smoker. There was a time when that same person cannot take even one stick of cigarette. There was a time when it's difficult for the person to even take one sip of cigarette. But over time, his body become acclimatized because of repeated use of that cigarette. So that now, even when he takes one, it's not enough. That is the same way that disease grows in the body. Continuous assault of the body from forever chemicals, from glyphosate, from foods that are empty, because most of all these genetically modified food, because agriculture now tends to feed the crop and not the soil. So our foods are empty. So that is where the problem continues to complicate, continue to creep in, continue to become difficult. But the truth is very simple. Our body was designed to heal. Our body was designed to repair. Our body was designed to defend itself. So whenever healing stops, disease will begin. But the most important question is not how did I come to this point? But the most important question is what went wrong? What went wrong? So it was not just about the cancer, not just about the diabetes, not just about the hypertension, but the common root cause that fits them all. So now we are going to start. Let's talk about the diverse root causes, the major reasons why we got sick, how we derailed from God's original plan. Number one is what I call toxicity, poisoning of the human terrain. Imagine pouring small amount of water or waste, into a river every day, just small. It's not enough for you to notice, and it's not enough to cause immediate disaster. But slowly, you continue to pour and contaminate the entire ecosystem. This is what happens to the human body. We are exposed daily to dangerous chemicals, to pesticides, to herbicides, to plastics. When I say plastic, of course, I know nobody goes to boil plastic and start eating. But when you go to buy sachet water that has been kept under the sun, you are drinking plastic. When you microwave your food with plastic, you are eating plastic, because particles of that plastic will flood into the food that you are cooking. When you cook your bambara nut with a nylon, you are eating plastic. When you drink water that have been left under the sun for a long time, you are drinking plastic. So that is how plastic creep into our body, gradually and continuously accumulate in the body. The next is heavy metals. And the next is polluted air. A lot of us have generators, because that is the basic thing I can use to give an instance. We have the I pass my neighbor generator. Because there's no light, so each time we will want to, power the generator, at least to charge our phone and to entertain ourselves with the television, or maybe to put, some chill in the fridge so you can have some chilled water to drink. Anytime that you start that I pass my neighbor generator, even though you direct the exhaust pipe outside of your window, you are polluting the environment. Few weeks ago, I was talking with a patient where I was talking about pure air. And I said the biggest challenge we have in Africa and in Nigeria is that we destroy the ecosystem. In your current compound now where you live, can you tell me, do you have a tree growing there? God put Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, littered with vegetation, littered with trees, littered with shrubs. Why? It's a balanced ecosystem where the plants, through photosynthesis, will take away the toxic carbon dioxide and give you pure oxygen. But today, in Nigeria, when we buy a land, we cut all the trees and we put terrazzo and put a high fence with a barbed wire, and we are celebrating that we have achieved it. But we have distorted nature and we are taking in impure air, because there is no proximity to God's design of a plant, a tree, a shrub that will help to purify the air that you breathe. So when I talk about polluted air, I know what I mean. When I talk about contaminated water, how do you get the water that you drink? A lot of our water, especially tap water, is fluoridated. They add fluoride there. Why? Because they want to checkmate the activities of microbe. They don't want the water to be smelling. But unfortunately, when you drink that same water, when it gets into your gut, it will also checkmate the activities of the natural microbiome that God put in you to sustain you. When I talk about cosmetic chemicals, how many women that are having creams they apply on the body, creams they use to, beautify their faces, or relaxers they use to wash their hair, several chemicals that you use just because you want to look beautiful. And you forgot that the skin is porous, that anything that you cannot put in your mouth and eat, you should not apply on your skin. Because that's the reason why millions of Black African women have chronic conditions, especially reproductive issues, fibroid, endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, ovarian cyst, a lot of conditions that women are suffering, hormonal imbalance. Why? Because of introduction of these chemicals. That is where the disease starts. Unfortunately, when you go to the hospital, they won't tell you these things. They will just give you medication. So they will even add to the chemicals that you're already suffering from to help to complicate the issue. Temporarily, you can get relief. Of course, when you take a pain reliever, you will get some relief. But you are complicating because you are not going to the root of the problem. Will I talk about people in their homes? They put air freshener. In their car, they put air freshener. In their office, they put air freshener. Do you know that that so-called air freshener is toxic to your body because it is working against your blood capacity to take in oxygen. Do you notice that when you have that kind of air freshener, sometimes you struggle to take in oxygen? Because the purpose of the air freshener is to saturate all the air. So when it saturates the air, where is the oxygen that you are going to breathe? So unknowingly, you want your house to smell good, but you are poisoning your cells. Will I talk about some that people apply on their body, perfumes? Sometimes some people even put perfume, even when they're at work, they put it like 3 times. When they get to work, in the middle of work, and before they go home, because they want to smell well. And some of those perfumes is fighting against your body's capacity to take in oxygen, and you don't know. So these are the challenges that we have as regards to toxins in the body, because we continue to, force the body, assault the body with these toxins. And over time, our body cannot eliminate these toxins. So it will continue to accumulate. The liver becomes overloaded, the kidneys become burdened, and our lymphatic system, which is the drainage system of the body, will become congested. That's where inflammation will increase in the body. That's where hormones will become disrupted and our cells will begin to malfunction. In most of the cancers that I have seen and handled, this is the root cause, because our body is keeping the scores. Our body is keeping the scores. The next important thing I want to talk about is insulin resistance. I see this insulin resistance as the fire that is burning millions of people. Millions of people today, they are eating themselves into disease. Not because they are aware or evil, not because they are weak, not because that it's ignorance, because they have been taught that processed food is normal food. They have been taught that carbohydrate is good because it is energy-giving food. They are used to refined foods. They are used to sugary drinks. They are used to breakfast cereals in the morning. You just take cornflakes and milk and sugar, because that's what everybody is taking. But nobody sits down to ask, why is everybody sick? Why is everybody? Because of continuous exposure to pastries, continuous exposure to sweetened beverages, continuous exposure to even the so-called juices that they package in the can and say maybe it's 5 alive or 10 alive or thereabout. How sure are you? Because all those things are concentrate. They are sugar. When you take them, they will knock off your system. They will flush insulin into your bloodstream. When you continue to snack constantly, the result is a constant insulin elevation. Repeated insulin elevation will now again begin to train your body, just the way you notice that person who is a chain smoker now. That time he was taking only a sniff and he rattled his head, but now he's a chain smoker, but he started small. So when you are taking in sugary foods, you are continuously spiking your insulin level in the blood. Over time, you will now have what is called insulin resistance, because your cells are used to flooding of insulin, so it's not working again. Let me give a very striking instance. Last week, because I take care of my kids at home, so when they make some kind of noise, I am so used to it because they used to play. So when they make noise, I will just assume, is that their usual play? And often it is their usual play. But whenever my wife is at home, when she hears some certain kind of noise, she will run again to go and see what is happening. Oh, she will now breathe. Oh, everything is fine. Now, what is the difference between me and my wife? The difference is that I have become insensitive to the activities of my children. But my wife is more sensitive. So why have I become insensitive? Because I'm always there. But my wife is not always there. So she's more sensitive. I hope you understand. So that is what, because insulin resistance is a concept that if you understand it, I tell you, you would have overcome 80% of all diseases. So time you spike your blood sugar, you become insensitive. And insensitivity, that is what leads to fatty liver disease. That is what leads to weight gain. Because the more the insulin is flooding into the system, the more the insulin is becoming insensitive, more the cells are becoming insensitive to the insulin, the more fats are deposited. So you will notice again, if you look in your abdominal region, you see a lot of fat. You are gaining weight because the activities of insulin, even though you have so much insulin, but it's not working again. Insulin resistance. It causes inflammation. It causes hormonal imbalance. It causes hypertension. The so-called hypertension, if you go to the hospital, the doctor say it's either you have either is that the idiopathic hypertension. The doctor say, I don't know the cause of it. So it is called essential hypertension. But another one that is called organic hypertension. So that one is maybe when your kidney is faulty or your heart is faulty, the doctor will say it's an organic hypertension. But the so-called essential hypertension is idiopathic. So the doctor is telling you, I don't know the cause of the hypertension. But today, can I reveal to you, I have cured thousands of hypertension just by making the insulin sensitivity to be replenished again. I said, I've got a case of a young man, only 32. His blood pressure was in 20. The systolic was 239. The diastolic was 110. It's a time bomb. That type of blood pressure will keep the person in the hospital for emergency attention. But when the case came to me, when I checked and clocked, I say, this is insulin resistance. Cut off all the sugars, retrain the body. Within 7 days, the blood pressure went back to normal. This was a guy that was this frustrated, crying to the wife, said he has tried everything. He was already on 7 different medications for high blood pressure. 7 different medications, including cholesterol medication, including blood thinner medication, including amlodipine, including for diabetes, glucophage, but just by making a change. So insulin resistance bears repeating. So that's why I'm telling you today, it's been found that insulin resistance is one of the most powerful drivers of chronic disease. Different diseases from insulin resistance. And today, I'm going to show you how to resolve any disease known to man, just by correcting these root causes. Now, the next thing I see as a root cause is your gut. Your gut. The father of medicine said that all disease starts from the guts. I know a lot of people don't understand. I remember initially I was sharing about a woman who we cured of her cancer. She came when she was testifying. She said one of the things she remembered to use that we were talking about is fermented ogiri. You know the ogiri. I don't know if you guys speak Igbo, but this is a local seasoning that is fermented. Now, the connection is because in my practice, I have been able to link 90 to 95% of cancer cases to a damaged gut microbiome. And what is that thing damaging your gut microbiome? Exposure to chemicals in water like chlorine, exposure to foods that are laden with preservative. So every food that is coming to you in box and baggages and cans and packages with labels, that food has a preservative. The preservative is there to prolong the shelf life of the food. That is how a food like mango juice that is not supposed to stay more than 7 hours, somebody will package it in a bottle and give you and tell you it can stay for 1 year. How come? It's because there are preservatives, and those preservatives are there to checkmate the activities of microbes. That is why it will not ferment, so it will not putrefy, it will not spoil. So when you take foods that have preservatives, that's how they get into your gut and they damage your gut microbiome. Your gut microbiome are trillions of microorganisms in your stomach that train your immune system, that helps you in the production of hormones, the dopamine, the serotonin, the oxytocin, the love hormone. It is these organisms that help your body to ferment it. It's these organisms that help your body to digest food, of course, because we do not have a milling machine, milling machine, a grinding machine in the stomach. It is these organisms in the stomach that helps you to absorb and assimilate foods. Remove the gut microbiome, you will just eat and go to the toilet and poo. In fact, you even have constipation. Number one, you will put the food the way you took it because it will not be digested. So it is these same organisms. When I was talking about composting, when we were doing for our teachers in primary school, that composting is to ferment these organisms. So believe me, you can take this to the bank. The things you cannot see control the things that you see. I know, because when I talk about microbes now, you can't see it. So you tell which one is microbes again, because you can't see it. But there are trillions of organisms. They are in your gut. In your gut. And I am telling you today that we have been able to identify some kind of microbes that you can introduce into the gut of a cancer patient and it will eat up all the cancers. Today, we have microbes that you can introduce into somebody who is diabetic, and the person will stop taking metformin and glucophage. The person will have normal sugar metabolism without metformin, without glucophage. It is that same organism that turns the sweet milk to the fermented yogurt that is sour. When you have those organisms inside your gut, they will help your sugar metabolism. So you see yourself cured of diabetes and you didn't take any medication. So I don't joke with the gut microbiome. It is an ecosystem that is built into the body by God. And without it, you don't have immunity, because they train your immune cells to recognize assaults, to recognize pathogens and take them out. Let me show you an example. If you have infection and you go to the hospital and they give you, say, ciprofloxacin for that infection, they say after the sensitivity test that this ciprotab is what is found to be effective to take out the staphylococcus or the gonorrhea that you have. Do you know that after some time of taking that ciprofloxacin, when you have that same infection again and go back again to the hospital, they will test again and they will tell you, oh no, that the ciprofloxacin is not working again. So those little microbes that you can't see with your eyes have grown wings, have become resistant, that they will now overpower the antibiotics. It is that same tendency they have that they use to train your immunity to become resilient. So when you take out these organisms, you take out your immunity. That was what happened to that woman that had chemotherapy and started having bladder infection and incontinence. Because she took chemotherapy and she took out the microbes that, made her immunity to be sturdy and resilient. And that's how she had toilet infection, whereas she had daughters in that same house and they didn't have a toilet infection. Why? Because they didn't subject themselves to the same chemical that she subjected herself. So I value restoring the gut microbiome so strongly because it is the seat of your immunity. It is the seat of your hormonal production. It is the seat of your mood. There are some people, they are angry in life. Naturally, when you look at them, they're angry, but it's because their gut microbiome is damaged. They don't have the microbes to produce the dopamine hormone that makes them happy, the serotonin hormone that makes them laugh, or the oxytocin hormone that makes them, love human beings. So you are seeing people who are beasts looking for people to kill. You don't know it's because they have damaged their gut. A few months ago, I handled a case of a mad woman. You know what it means that somebody have been declared clinically mad. What I did was just to introduce yogurt for her to take. And she took yogurt. After some time, she started regaining her sanity. There is the gut we call the gut axis. There's a connection between the gut and the brain. In fact, it is said that the gut is the second brain. But I personally think that the gut is the first brain. Well, there are a lot of things I can talk about the gut. But if you want to heal, you must first of all restore your gut. Our gut have suffered so much destruction in our current day. So much destruction from processed food, so much destruction from antibiotics, so much destruction from painkillers, from different kinds of medications that we take, different kinds of food that we eat. These things continue to assault our gut microbiome and they leave us porous, open for any kind of malaria, anything to just come and catch you. And there are some people, like I heard the sound of my voice, used to every month to their team malaria and typhoid. I'm not saying it's bad though to treat malaria. Of course, you need to be alive, but you must have to be careful because you are destroying your gut. And you notice that is why you continue to have that malaria. Why not use a mosquito net? Why not find other ways to manage that malaria? Why do you want to be infected? Why do you want to be bitten by the malaria parasite so that you'll be suffering from malaria? Why not use other means to handle the malaria? Your gut is responsible for your metabolism. Your capacity to use food depends on your gut. That's why you have a lot of people today, they are bloated. Some people have flatulence. Some people have gastritis. Some people have ulcers. Some people have acid reflux. Every time it looks like acid is coming up because their gut is damaged. Some people now have diverticulosis. Diverticulosis is like 100 times ulcer inside the gut, especially the large intestine. Some people have Crohn's disease. A lot of gut issues. Some people are constipated. When you don't heal your gut, you cannot heal. That is where you're having inability for you to absorb nutrients. You're having inflammation. Unfortunately, our modern life continues to attack the gut. But I believe and trust that God will give us the wisdom to learn and heal. All right, so let's talk about another root cause I call chronic inflammation. Naturally, inflammation is supposed to be able to save your life. Inflammation is created to heal injuries. Like for instance, when I had a cut on my hand, naturally what is supposed to happen is when there's a flood of blood, it's supposed to maybe inflame a little. It is the immune cells. You understand? But if I continue to cut that hand, that means that inflammation becomes a chronic inflammation and it becomes a problem. But if I allow it naturally without affecting it, and I have pure blood, how do you have pure blood? Breathing in clean oxygen, not eating foods that spike insulin into your blood, sleeping properly so you don't have so much cortisol in your blood, and then eating pure food so you don't have lots of will I say toxins inside your blood. That's how you have pure blood. Because with pure blood, you will notice that within 30 minutes, the injury I have in my hand will heal up. But without pure blood, it can't heal. That is the same thing that happens to people who are diabetic and they have a cut on the leg, a little cut. And from there, you notice it won't heal. Over time, it will become gangrenous. Before you know what is happening, before you say Jack Robinson, they have put the person on the surgery table and chop off his leg. Why? The blood is not pure. And that person is still on medication. Oh, continue to, infiltrate the blood with toxic medication. Right. I'm getting distractions, from calls. I know they're important calls, but it's okay. So inflammation is made to repair damage. But when inflammation never switches off, that is when it becomes destructive. So the body will now begin to attack itself. You will notice that your blood vessels will become damaged. You will notice that your joints will become painful. You will notice that your organs will become stressed because of inflammation. And your cells will begin to function poorly because of inflammation. So inflammation is now recognized as a common denominator in many, many chronic diseases. The disease may look different, however, the fire underneath is often the same, and that is inflammation. The next root cause is nutritional deficiency. Oh, and unfortunately, I have a clause I say, in a well-fed world. When I say well-fed, of course, a lot of us eat 3 square meal. So we are well-fed, but we are eating like elephants and we are getting nourished like ants. Let me repeat it again. We are eating like elephants, but we are getting nourished like ants. Why? Because what we are eating is empty calories. Many people are overfed, but they are undernourished. No nutrient in the food because of the type of agriculture that is practiced today. That is why one of the things I first suggest for any cancer patient I is have a garden. If you can't have one, borrow one. Just find anywhere close to where you live, where you can go, have a garden. Do a vegetable garden. Plant vegetables, plant tomatoes, plant cucumber, plant green, plant hospital is too far. Just have a pepper garden. Just have a garden. Have some control over what you eat. And then begin to think of, how do I feed the soil so that it can feed the crop that I plant? Don't focus on chemical agriculture. Think of, how do I do, that's what is called permaculture. As a matter of fact, I have seen healing testimonies from people who imbibe the concept of having their own garden. A lot of things happen when you have your own garden. Number one, when you go to the garden, it's exercise. You are getting exposed under the sun, because I would prefer you do it in the morning when the sun comes out. You go for gardening. Go take a look at. And when you have a garden, it gives you hope. One day these crops will grow up and they will give me food. They will give me vegetables. So, because many people are overfed, they are drinking bread and tea every day. They are eating rice. 2 days ago, a woman who, first of all, reported the case of her son to me. Her son was lying in the hospital with a protruded stomach, her stomach so big and the son was only 18 years and so emaciated because they said he has cancer. He has stomach cancer, and it has grown so big. He's been in the hospital. He's been more than 8 sessions of chemotherapy. When the case came to me, I now said, "What are you feeding that boy?" They said, "He can't." They just managed to give him pap. You see, give him pap and give him, put. So giving him pap. What does pap contain that have healing? Nothing. No nutrient. Zero nutrient. No selenium. No magnesium. No calcium. It's just carb, just sugar. So who told you that sugar? Do you know that sugar will knock off your immune system? If you just take a cube of sugar, it will knock off your immune system for at least 6 hours. Just a cube. And a lot of you listening to me, when you make your tea, you add 3 cubes. That means for 18 hours in that day, you don't have immune. It has knocked it off at least 40%. This is research. Use Google and find out for yourself. Is it not the reason why when somebody have diabetes, because of high sugar in the blood, the wound won't heal? So that alone is enough proof to you what sugar can do. With sugar in the blood, you can't heal. It will knock off your immune system. So we are feeding rice. The same woman, unfortunately, when I prescribe the nutrient that she will blend and try to feed that boy juices and smoothies, the boy couldn't eat it. He's been so weakened with chemotherapy. He couldn't even get off of the bed. He died. Unfortunately, again, the woman came back to me and showed me that she herself now has cancer. By the time I cracked her, I said, "What are you eating?" She says she's eating cocoyam, rice. She says it's her father rice, and in the morning that she just take only 1 slice of bread. That she doesn't eat so much, only 1 slice. And I say, you are on the same terrain, the same path to destruction. You must have to change. That even she doesn't know that what she's eating is fueling cancer. She doesn't know that sugar feeds cancer. That's why I say many people are overfed, but they are undernourished. You are eating in the morning, you eat bread, just 1 or 2 slices because you are trying to try to apply moderation. In the afternoon, you eat semo. Then in the night, you eat yam or you eat rice. So the whole day, you only ate empty food, nothing, empty calories, no nutrients in the food. And yet, you are wondering how you got sick. There's no nutrient, no vitamin, no magnesium, no calcium, no zinc, no selenium, no omega. How will the healing happen? So one of the strongest root causes of many diseases is nutrient deficiency, because our body cannot perform the millions of biochemical reactions without these nutrients. You cannot build health from nutritional bankruptcy. You need nutrients to build health. What are you eating? Don't worry, we're going to come to that. This is still the first session. The next one is what I call stress. Stress is a silent destroyer. When God created, he said, for how many days he created? And then God rested. It's a sign. It's a message to you that there is need for rest. Even the animals, they take a rest. What about you? Our body was designed for short-term stress, not permanent stress. But today we have lots of stress. Relationship stress, work stress, financial stress, fear, anxiety. These things are stress. Trauma. These things are assault to the body. And the worst of it is sleep deprivation. Anything that takes away your sleep is only a matter of time. And there might be some young people under the sound of my voice, and you're saying, "Oh no, we have the concept of we don't sleep now. Let us work very hard and make money. Then when we get old or when we die, we sleep." I tell you, it's a very Wrong notion, because you may die before you sleep. When you don't get enough sleep, there's what is called a cortisol. It's a hormone. It will remain elevated in your body for years. And anytime there is elevation in your cortisol level, it's a consequence. It has a ripple effect. Your blood sugar will rise. Your insulin, of course, you know, insulin, when the blood sugar is high, there's insulin there coming to force it, because sugar is toxin in the body, and the body recognizes it as such. Don't worry. It's not because it's sweet on your tongue, then you think it's sweet on your blood. When you have high sugar, it's because of you are stressed. The cortisol level is high. The blood pressure will rise. Your immunity will weaken. And I've explained how, by how that wounds are not healing. Your hormones will become disrupted. Yeah, because there's already a cortisol hormone in the blood. Your healing will become slow. The body will begin to struggle. It will not thrive. So stress is another root cause. Our time is far spent because I was supposed to stop by 11:15. Now, the last one I want to mention before we take a break is the loss of healing lifestyle. I tell you most sincerely, we evolve with sunlight. That's what God put for us. We evolve with movement. When God created Adam and Eve, you can see he put them in the Garden of Eden. That is God's design. There you have sunlight. There they can move about, go pluck the fruits on the tree, go play with animals, go do stuff. We evolve in a community. You have a family you are coming from. It could be your church, it could be your local environment, it could be your blood brothers and sisters. We evolve in fresh air. That is God's design for us. We evolve in quality sleep, and we evolve in natural food. Today, many people experience indoor living. No, they don't want to get out. Nobody, because they are running away from the sun. They are doing silence. I don't want the sun to, touch my skin. It makes me to sweat. And you don't know that it's detoxifying. It's helping you to remove waste. So you run away from the sun. It's helping you to ferment vitamin D. But you run away from the sun. You run away from it. And you prefer artificial light, which is not the sun. God have imbued things into the sun. Again, you sit all day. You sit down because you work, you are a manager, or maybe you work in the office. So every time you are sitting down, you are leading a sedentary life. You are lonely. You don't have a community. You don't interact. You don't go for church activities. You don't meet people. Or you are deprived. Your sleep is deprived. Or you depend mostly on processed food. Your body will pay the price. Every biological law that you ignore, you will pay the price. Today, I pray God will grant us the wisdom to understand and to learn and beat all sorts of diseases. I think we're supposed to stop now so that we can, go for a recess and come back. Remember, please start taking note of all sorts of questions, because here in this program, we are going to create plans that will heal all manner of. We are not afraid of any sickness. I don't care what, even if the doctor say the person have how many days to live, we are not afraid. Once the person have mouth to open mouth and put something, and the person eat, and the person go to toilet, there is hope. So I don't care what condition, whatever you have pain, I will show you practically how to take out the pain. You are going blind, I will show you practically why you are going blind and how you can resolve it. I don't care what condition. Please have your questions ready so that when we come back after this short recess, we will restart again with the next section. Thank you once again for being a wonderful audience. So until we meet again in the next 15 minutes, I think. All right. All right. Thank you. So we are free now to go to recess. Please stand up and walk about. Take some water if you have some. If you have some fruit, do enjoy yourself with that fruit, okay? Thank you so much. When we come back, I'll be here waiting. Once it's time, we'll start again. All right.
Dr. Shiru,
Yeah.
I want to thank you for this short session of the Air Talk. You have been wonderful. God bless you in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
You are God from beginning to the end.
No, my good luck, Jonathan. Definition of Prime Minister of UK, and thereby he's enjoying Nigeria or calling Nigerians. Well,
Okay, I want you people to join. You know, it's 11:30 to start again.
yes, we already got that. About to start. You can start now.
No, you have to add the phone now.
Okay, let me get that. Put it there. Sure, sir. Where is it going?
Yes, but you need to.
All right, thank you again.
All right, thank you again.
You can mute the mic.
You can mute the mic.
Yeah, thank you so much. I can promise you that by the special grace of God, every fear, every anxiety that is linked to any kind of disease, it will be banished from your life by the special grace of God today. This is my prayer. Now, next thing we need to look at now is food as medicine. You see, I will have to start with the difficult truth. I call it a difficult truth. A lot of people, they eat for pleasure. Do you know what it means for somebody to eat for pleasure? So you are not eating to nourish the cells. You are not eating to revamp your immune. You are not eating to restore your gut. You are just eating for pleasure. That's why a lot of young men, they go to joints to go and eat meat and drink beer. And they make it a daily affair. But they don't know that what they call enjoyment is a destruction to the body. It is not God's design for health. It's only a few people that understand this, and these people eat for health. So every meal you eat is either healing or it is feeding disease. It's either a fuel for disease or it will bring healing to the body. Believe me, food is information. You know, the way you communicate. When you put food in your mouth, you are speaking to your cells. There is a food you eat, you are speaking to your eyes. There's a food you eat. Don't you notice there's some kind of food you eat sometimes, you will become weak and sleepy. There's a food you will eat, it will start turning your stomach, you go to toilet. So food, anything you put in your mouth is information. You are speaking to your hormones. When you eat food, you are speaking to your immune system. Just like I told you that when you take a cube of sugar, you damage your immune cells by 40%. You weaken them by 40%. So it is information. The problem is a lot of us, we don't address it that way. Food will speak to your brain. There is a kind of food you feed your children that will become intelligent. Food will feed your, would I say, your capacity as a man. There's a kind of food you eat, it will make you resilient. It will give you strength. It will give you stamina. So food speaks to us every day. Fortunately or unfortunately, food is the only thing that we consume routinely for the rest of our life. Some people eat 2 times, some people once, some people 3 times. Some people even wake up in the middle of the night and they eat. That is a very bad habit. But I'm just telling you that we will all continue to eat. So our life will depend on what we are feeding ourselves, the information that we are passing to ourselves. That is how today so many people consume excess. They don't eat in moderation. They eat like they are going to war. They are honoring their satiety. They are honoring their desire for food. They are honoring their appetite. They are eating to favor the negative things, the negative pathogens in the body. You know, there's a way you will eat, you will feed the wrong bacteria. And there's a way you will eat, you will feed the right bacteria. That is why usually my first prescription for infection or when you have fungi or candida overgrowth is not medication, it's food. You are used to sugar, you are used to refined flour or flour product, the meat pie, the buns, the cake, the chin-chin. You are used to sweetened beverages. You are used to ultra-processed foods. You can see I used to mention ultra-processed food because today food has become business. It has become business. In the olden days, when you go to the supermarket, in fact, what we go is the market, the local market. There doesn't used to be the mainstream grocery stores, the way we have ShopRite and all these big stores. It doesn't used to be here 100 years ago. What happens 100 years ago is we go to different markets. For people who are from the Igbo tribe, you have the different local markets that you go to, respecting the days of the week and some seasonal markets that you attend to in your local villages. There were no grocery stores where you will come and you see more than 1,000 different products. The people who are making these thousands of processed food, I tell you most sincerely, they are more interested in fattening their pockets more than they are in giving you health. And the only reason why they come to you and continue to tell you, oh, this food is enriched with 7 vitamins and minerals, or they added magnesium, or they added calcium. They just claim these things because they want to rattle you. They want to push you to buy. Those foods does not contain those things. Because you can't tell me that chemicals are food. Anything that cannot be converted to flesh or to blood is not food. So any time that you make your local kunu or you make your local zobo drink and you go and add flavor in it and you add color in it and you add sugar in it, this is zobo you are making for you and for your family, and yet you are adding flavor and color and sweetener. For who precisely? Who do you want to impress with that type of food? So you take the natural food and you still bring in a lot of additive into that same natural food. Who do you want to impress? Because you want it to taste somehow. So you add pineapple flavor. These are chemicals. That is where suffering nutritionally becomes a mainstream problem. A person can be overweight and yet that person is malnourished at the same time. Somebody will look at you, you look so plumpy, you look so and somebody somebody will say you look so good, but you are malnourished. And the sign that you are malnourished is that you have a voracious appetite. You look so plumpy, but when meat pie pass, you take and put in your mouth. When a bottle of Coke pass, you take and put in your mouth. You are always hungry. Your body is talking to you that it needs nourishment, but you kept feeding it the wrong thing. Last Sunday in my church here in the UK, I had a talk, a very short health talk where I talked about, for those of us that drive vehicles, you drive a good car. Do you know that that car has a dashboard? And that dashboard, it uses it to communicate to you as the driver. So when the fuel in the car is running low or is getting into the reserve, it will be showing you red fuel light. When the oil in that car is so bad, it will be flashing on the dashboard. Oil is bad. It will be showing you a red oil light. When the tires in your vehicle, maybe one of the tires is punctured, it will be showing you on the dashboard. It will be communicating to you. And as a good driver, you know, you pay attention to once the car start talking to you, you want to solve the problem because you don't want to get stranded on the road. Do you know that our body is talking to us every day, but we don't pay attention? You have a headache, your body is telling you there is an issue, but you don't pay attention. Instead, what you do is to silence it. You just go, I have headache. Oh. What comes to your mind immediately is, give me paracetamol. You just want to silence it. How wicked we have been to our bodies. You are having pain in the waist. Instead of you to find what is the cause of this pain, you just give me painkiller. You just want to silence it. You have fever. Your body is struggling because there is an infection. Instead of you to say, why is this? Why am I having this fever? What do I do? What? You just go and take medication to quell the fever. The fever that your immune system created to save you, you stop it. Do you know that over time of continuously stopping the body when it communicates, it will stop talking to you? You're having sharp pain and sometime at the back, maybe your kidney is complaining. Then it's still early. You say you have sharp pain, but you never care to do any diagnosis. You just take a painkiller. Or some people, one woman I consulted, she said every time she have headache, she take augmentin. Every time she have fever, she take augmentin. I say, who taught you to take antibiotics like you are drinking water? Who taught you? Where did you get that wisdom from? So your body is communicating to you, but you are nonchalant about it. You just find a way to douse it. Your body is telling you about this is how complications are built. That is where we now begin to have a cascade of disease. For a woman, you are young, you now start having menstruation. Now, from that menstruation, you are having dysmenorrhea, you are having painful menstruation, and you immediately start taking Panadol and paracetamol. And you don't sit to ask yourself why this menstruation is supposed to come normal and you're not even supposed to bleed so much. Why are you bleeding heavily? You don't ask that question. You just take paracetamol. After some while of taking paracetamol, you will notice that you take paracetamol, it doesn't affect the pain again. You now need a higher level of paracetamol. You now switch to ibuprofen. You don't take time to ask, why is this pain recurring? And that is why over time, you now notice that, oh, you're now having all kinds of infection. Why are you having infection as a woman? Your vagina is, you have vaginitis, or you have a yeast infection, or you now start taking antibiotics. You didn't know that the initial paracetamol you took, what you were turning, you were, dulling the body's communication to you. You didn't want to solve the problem. You are masking the symptoms. So there's a cascade when you mask symptoms. The condition continues to accumulate until over time, you are now taking antibiotics like you are drinking water. And then one day, you call me on phone. Oh, I have a polycystic ovarian syndrome. Yes, you have it. Because the reason why you had the pain in the first place when you are menstruating is because you are taking so much carbohydrate. Because you didn't ask question, you are taking painkiller to silence the body. And now you have diabetes of the womb, which is called PCO, polycystic ovarian syndrome. Or you have fibroid. Because the body has been communicating to you, it's giving you signs. But you refuse to understand the body, the way you manage your car and pay attention to your car. Instead, you want to take a painkiller and silence it, man. You should just shut up and allow me to go and do I'm a young girl, allow me to flex and be happy. and you unknowingly you are damaging yourself. This is where you have lots of women today. They have cancer, cervical cancer, ovarian cancer, breast cancer, lots of cancerous conditions. Now, that is for women. Let's talk about diabetes. Whenever you repeatedly overload yourself with carbs, you notice that your blood will be impure because it will be laden with high insulin. It's called hyperinsulinemia. And when there's high insulin in the blood, it makes the blood viscosity to reduce. So it's difficult for blood to easily get to your brains because the veins, the blood vessels that take blood to the brain are tiny. The blood vessels that take blood to the eyes are tiny. So also the blood vessels that take blood to the kidney, to the urethra, to the penis, if you are a man, these blood vessels are tiny. So when your blood is infiltrated with insulin, with toxins, with metabolic waste that are not being carried out naturally as it should be by the kidney, what will happen? It will now be difficult. So you now start having headache. Instead of you to ask question, why am I having this headache? Are you sure my blood sugar? Is it because I'm eating so much sugar? Is it because my blood pressure is high? Is it because there are toxins in the blood? You just go and take Panadol or paracetamol to silence the body. And the condition continues to complicate. In my practice, men and brethren, 99% of every man that have had stroke is on hypertension medication. Unfortunately, when your blood pressure is high, you rush to the hospital. They don't want to find out why is your blood pressure high. The doctor is not asking you the question, do you really sleep well? The doctor is not asking you the question, what kind of seed oils do you use to cook? The doctor is not asking you, what kind of work do you do? How stressed are you at your place of work? The doctor is not asking what is your exposure to pollutants in the air. Maybe you are working in an industry where you don't get pure air, or maybe you don't know that all those little sip of toxic air that it will accumulate in the body. It will poison your blood. It will change your blood viscosity. It will cause your blood to have your vessels to be pressured. That is hypertension. But you go and start taking amlodipine. Did I say amlodipine is not good? It is good. But 99% of all the patients I have who had stroke, they were on amlodipine. So what happened? Why is there a disconnect? Why are they taking the medication and it is only controlling the numbers and it is not healing? Because the root cause is not addressed. Anybody who fails to address the root cause will have a consequence to struggle with. You must address the root cause of any condition. You must ask yourself salient questions. Why is your blood sugar high? Some of us, it's not because we are eating so much sugar. It could be because you're not sleeping well. I told you when your cortisol level is high, your blood sugar definitely will be high. So your insulin, hyperinsulinemia, you will have it. So what I'm saying is that you don't make your body to become resistant. You have to understand that you are exhausting your adaptive reserve. What is adaptive reserve? You know, when maybe you are traveling with a horse, at some point, because you have traveled for a long while, the horse becomes tired. The horse is thirsty and hungry. It needs food and water. But you look around, there's no food and water anywhere close by. but you have a whip in your hand. So you whip the horse. When you whip the horse will start again as if it has eaten and it has drank some fluids. So it will start running again. But he didn't eat, oh. He was not nourished. But because you used the whip, you forced it. So you are exhausting that horse adaptive reserve. If you continue doing that long enough, that horse will eventually collapse and either faint or die. That is what happens to people when they hear that people slept and they didn't wake up. Or that I saw this guy yesterday, he looked healthy, and I just heard that he fell and he died. He is not healthy. He looked healthy because he looked plumpy in your eyes, but he is not healthy. He is suffering silently, but he is silencing that condition with medication. The doctor have given him amlodipine. The doctor have given him glucophage, metformin, insulin to be silencing. The unfortunate thing we have with our treatment, mainstream treatment today, is that it's a bunch of silencing of symptoms. No cure. If you claim that there is a cure, show me one person who will come and say, I've taken this hypertension medication and now my blood pressure is normal without the medication. They will tell you the blood pressure is normal with the medication. That is not health. Any health that you control with the medication is not health. Health and holistic health comes naturally, without adulteration, without chemical control, without manipulation, without silencing the body. It is from this silencing of the body that I have found that 75% of people who have chronic stage 4 kidney disease, they have been silencing hypertension. They were not looking at the root cause. Every day they're taking amlodipine. So they are doing what was prescribed for them, but they are not solving the problem. So over time, the kidney is under stress of that high blood pressure. The kidney keeps suffering because you are controlling the numbers. You're not looking at the root cause. My aim for us is that we will begin to look at the root cause, because that's the only viable way to solve the problem and solve it permanently. That is not looking at the root causes where diabetes develops. So diabetes is not merely a sugar disease. Diabetes is often a lifestyle disease. What you are doing repeatedly every day, every day. Now let's talk about hypertension. It's called high blood pressure. Do you know, sometimes I wish that we will have a definition for disease according to the root cause. Because if we are told that this is not hypertension, this is insulin resistance, it's because of influx of insulin in the blood, maybe we'll begin to think, okay, so how do we solve that problem of pouring insulin into the blood? You see, just by redefining the name of that disease, we'll be able to say, okay, how do we solve the problem? That's why I don't usually go with the World Health Organization rendition of disease. They claim that there are more than 12,000 diseases. Whereas what I understand as disease is either toxicity or deficiency. So when you have high blood pressure, there are things infiltrating your blood. Either the bad fat infiltrating your blood, either the insulin infiltrating your blood, either cortisol infiltrating. There are metabolic waste infiltrating your blood. And that is why you are under a tensed state. That's why your blood pressure is high. That is the same thing with diabetes. That's the same thing with kidney. It's either toxicity or deficiency. So if we're able to get the right nutrients in and force the wrong nutrients out, you are going to be able to recover health. I don't care what stage that disease is. Hypertension is linked to excess body weight. Hypertension is linked to poor sleep. If you don't sleep well, you will be under stress. You will be in a tense state. Your blood will be under pressure. Excess salt, especially table salt, low potassium intake. You will notice that most of the fruits and vegetables God created are loaded with potassium. But most of the foods that we cook and eat are loaded with less potassium and more salt. That is why we have high blood pressure. Not moving properly, exercise. We are designed to move. We're not designed to always sit in a place and do nothing. So the more you sit in a place for longer, the more tense state you are going to be. That is where hypertension comes from. Now let's talk about obesity. A lot of people are obese, but they don't know. Because your friend is telling you, you look plumpy, you are living well. No, it is obesity. Fat is not just stored energy. Fat behaves like an organ. It will continue to produce inflammatory chemicals. That is why when you run, you'll be breathing hard. You can't take because a lot of inflammatory things are released by the fat you have. So you are breathing hard because these things are now in contest with the oxygen or your blood capacity to take in oxygen. That's why you are breathing hard. When I talk about your blood capacity to take in oxygen, do you know that 98% of people, when they want to die, especially people in the ICU, they introduce oxygen for them? Why do they put that oxygen? Because even the nurses and doctors in that ICU, that intensive care unit, they are going about caring for those people that are on oxygen. And these nurses and doctors, they are not using oxygen. They are breathing in easily and breathing out. So why is it that guy that is lying on that bed need oxygen? Because his blood have lost the capacity to take oxygen. That's why when somebody is about to die, the person will not start breathing deep. The person is struggling to take oxygen, even in abundance of oxygen. Why? The blood capacity. Because of continuous derangement of the blood capacity to take in oxygen, you are releasing inflammatory chemicals. So somebody is looking at you and say, you are plumpy. Unfortunately, you are not. You are obese. So let's call it what it is. The larger your waistline, the greater the risk of disease. Now let's look at what is the practical healthy plate. When we talk about food, there are a lot of things that we can look at. First of all, the question about food is, how natural is that food? Whenever I pick up food, I ask that question. You must eat food close enough to nature. Because as human beings, we play God. So tell me the chef that will cook a food as rich and nourishing as an apple. I don't care whether you are a professor, you go and study how to cook in school. You can't cook, you can't blend the food that will be close to the structure of an apple. Because you don't even understand what is called nutrients and cofactors and how they work hand in hand. So if you eat food the closest that you can to nature, the better. That is why the healing diet is always the natural diet. What is the source of the food? The source, where is that food coming from? Is it coming from the farm or is it coming from the plant? So when you pick up a food, ask yourself, this particular food now, where is it coming from? Is it coming from the farm or is it coming from the company that produced it? Whenever a food have to pass through a company, I tell you, that food cannot be the same. It cannot be the same. Human beings alter food and make it on food. That is why, personally, listen to me, I prefer bush meat. You know, bush meat that is naturally grazed. I prefer it 100 times more than the chicken that they feed grains and corn and hormones and antibiotics so that they will mature in 6 weeks. Is it the same chicken, the same birds that when we were much younger, we come to village in Christmas and we have a bird, that maybe that hatched this egg. So we will divide it and mark them. So we share them because we are 7 in the family. And we say, this one is for you, this one is for you, this one is for you. And we will have to eat it the next year after 12 months. That is what people have adulterated those birds, genetically modified them so that it will now become mature in 6 weeks. They are feeding it hormone and antibiotics. So I prefer bushmeat more than chicken. I prefer cow raised by the Fulani men going in the bushes and feeding them grass more than chicken, more than the fish that is fed hormones and antibiotics and grains. Because at the end of the day, these things will double the linoleic acid in the body. It will deprive you of omega-3. You will lack the major building blocks for your cells. So the more there is human interference in food, the less attractive that food looks for me. That is why we talk about healing plate. If you want to heal, you must do a radical detraction of what you have in your kitchen cupboard. All those things you store that are in cans and in cartons, you don't need them if you want to heal. Just find a way to access fresh vegetables and fruits and plants, anything you want to eat, access them. The fresher, the better. And again, there's what is called seasonality. There's a reason for seasons. But today, because of genetically modified foods, we don't even have seasons anymore. But you notice that during the cold seasons, the fruits, the vegetables that do well in those seasons will save us in the cold seasons. And again, do you know there's what we call intermittent fasting? Intermittent fasting, when we were doing I give a very striking instance. You know that in the olden days, they used to have famine and the harvest. That is how God designed the nature, designed the seasons, the season of planting, the season of harvesting. So those times when there are nothing to eat, there are the times when the body goes under reset. There's nothing to eat. So fasting is the fastest way to reset the body. And I have said earlier, even the animals in the wild, in the bush, they are wise enough to reset their body. The eagle that we go to the topmost of the mountain and we continue to beat its feather until it will beat off all its feathers, all its wings, and it will stay there, risking its life, because any animal can come and carry it because he can't fly at that point in time. But it's doing what is called hibernation. That's where he said that the eagle renews his energy, his strength, after staying there for months. The same thing with a snake. The snake will go and crawl in a hidden place until it will remove all its skin. The same thing with snail. The snail will hide in its shell. It will hibernate. Even the little ants, during the rainy season, they will go get all the foods they will need, and they will build a nest for themselves, and they will go in and they will lock it up, and they will stay there for 6 months until the next season. They have learned the art of hibernation. Only humans. We are supposed to be intelligent beings, but we are the only people that don't understand the principle of hibernation and intermittent fasting. Because now our agriculture is advanced, so there are no more seasons. There is apple in and out of season. There is orange in and out of season. There is pineapple in and out of season. So everything, we don't even know which. Here in the UK where I stay, there is, whenever you go to the market, you see banana. There is no season. No season. So how God planned it, that the time of harvest we eat plentiful. That is when we build again, you build a reserve. So that during the winter, you will now survive on the reserve you have built. But now we eat endlessly. And that way, we don't have any time again to lose what we have eaten. So we continue until we become obese. So it is a very serious challenge, a very serious challenge. And you must have to learn by yourself to bring in that balance. And what I used to advise is at least bring out one day in the week to fast. Let it be a day of fasting and praying. And in some times I advise eat only one meal a day. Just try to simulate that same environment that we had 100 years ago. And I promise you, let me tell you, Stephen Keshi used to be a Nigerian coach. He had heart attack. He died at the age of 52. Moshudu MKO Abiola is a popular. He died at the age of, I think, 70 something, either 67 or 72. So what is the difference from the same heart attack? Why did Stephen Keshi die at 52 and MKO died at 72? The reason is the rate of use of your cells. So the more you eat, the faster you age. I don't know how to say it. That is why today you see people who are 30 years, they're having disease of people who are old. Because for that little 30 years, they have eaten what they should have eaten in their entire lifetime. It is a problem. The more you eat, the faster you age. The more you eat, the more you put your kidney under stress. The more you eat, the more you put your liver under stress. So if your kidney is supposed to process 1 million liters of blood in its lifetime, at the age of 30, you have processed 1.2 million liters of blood. That is why you have kidney failure. Because you are eating like an elephant and you are getting nourished like an ant. So this is an important aspect of nutrition. Now, I talk about vegetables, I talk about meat. I'm not against meat, but I'm against human interference in meat, just like I have described earlier. Now we'll talk about drinking water or hydrating. It is important because sometimes, because you are seated in one place, you will not understand that there is a need for you to hydrate. But I tell you, we are 70% water. That if you check your entire weight, and if you drain yourself, assuming it's a, let's say it's called a cadaver, a corpse that is completely drained, you will notice that the person would have lost 70% of weight. That means you are 70% water. So you need water. And my advice is to at least take 8 glasses of water in a day. Now, talking about what makes about your food, we'll talk about eating mindfully. There are some people, they wake up in the middle of the night and they begin to gulp food. You are controlled by your appetite. You're not the person in charge of your appetite. It's your appetite that is controlling you. And it's the wrongest thing to do, to allow such kind of influence. So healing requires you pay attention, first of all, to nature. The closer that food is to nature, the better. cut out all the adulterated foods, all ultra-processed food, all refined foods, because they will do you harm more than they will do you good. All right, this is about the food that we eat, and it is important we take all these lessons to heart as regards to food, because food, like I said, is information. Food is communication. Food is a way that we speak to our body. So I think this will give opportunity for questions now before we go to the last session. We'll give opportunity for anybody who have, if you have any question, pertinent question, we're going to use the method that we tested yesterday, to address the question. Maybe we can have somebody, if you want to even write the question down and give somebody to read it out so that everybody will hear the question. I want to take the question, so that we address the question, and then we can look deeper at some practical sections about managing all kinds of condition. And that will be our last session, how to manage all kinds of conditions, so that if you have cancer, I will tell you precisely how you are going to heal cancer. If you have diabetes, I will tell you precisely how you are going to, I don't care what condition it is, any condition that you have, or somebody that have, and you want that problem solved, I will tell you why that problem persisted for as long as it has, and how we will solve the problem. Because the biggest challenge that we have had is that the root cause is not being addressed. So I give opportunity for questions. But talking about the root cause, there's a story I used to share about what I call the dirty drainage system. Very, very interesting. That dirty drainage, if you live in a place, maybe you have a gutter that is waterlogged, you have a drainage gutter that is smelling, that have all kinds of waste lodged in, blocking the place. So because of that, it now became a welcoming environment for pests, for earthworm, for mosquito, for flies, for bees, because of how it looks. Now, that is the story of the dirty gutter. That dirty gutter, there are two things you can do to it. Because if you live close there, you will notice that every time you have influx of flies and mosquitoes in your house, and it is disturbing you. So you want to treat that issue and treat it once and for all. Now, there are two ways you can handle that problem. And one of the ways is you can go and get insecticide or shelters or anything that when you inflate it there, it will chase all the flies there, all the mosquitoes there, so you can have some peace of mind. So when you get insecticide and you spray it there, or pesticide, you spray it there, you will notice instantly all the flies will die and some will fly away. Why? Because the environment have become toxic for them. Now, after some hours, maybe after a day, let's say after a day, you will notice again that the smell of that insecticide would have, gone out through the air. Gradually, those mosquitoes, those bees, those flies, all those pathogens, little spexy animals, they will start coming back again in that same gutter. Why did they come back? Because the environment remains welcoming for them. Because the environment is dirty and waterlogged, and it's more like food for them. It's a terrain that they enjoy. It's a terrain that fits them. So they will flock back. Sometimes they will even double it before. They will come again and be 150 or 200. But what happened? You have applied insecticide and pesticide. So why did it come back again? But there is something else that you can do and that is to clean that gutter, that drainage system. And to clean it means you now get brush, get maybe soap, get clean water, and you wash and scrub and wash and scrub and wash and scrub. And after that, you now use clean water again to flush everything out, and that gutter becomes clean. Remember, you are not concentrating on the pests. You are not concentrating on the bees, the flies, the mosquitoes. You just concentrate on the gutter. And after you do that cleaning, you will notice the bees are flying away. The mosquitoes are flying away. Everything just disappeared. Why? Because that drainage gutter is not welcoming to those pathogens. This is the story about our body. All what you have done, if you had any kind of disease, all what you have been doing is you are using insecticide, you are using shelters, you are using pesticide to chase away disease. You don't chase away disease. The biggest challenge we have in healing is we want to attack. We see disease as a demon. Even when we go to church, we pray, we bind. I bind you diabetes. I cancel you diabetes. No, it is you that is cancer. It is you that is diabetes. It is you. These things are your cells. You go to hospital, the doctor is concerned, let us cut off the tumor. No, the tumor is you. What you do instead is to change the terrain, and the disease will go away. It's not to use chemotherapy, because 100%, I'm not saying 5% or 10% or 20 or 30 or 90, no, 100% of most people who have had chemotherapy and have come to me, I noticed the cancer came back. In my own mother's case in 2009, she used chemotherapy, she used radiotherapy, she used surgery. The cancer came back. Even when there's no breast again, she did radical mastectomy, cut off all the breast, and the cancer came from the middle of the heart and started coming out. No breast to grow the cancer, but it came back. So you can see, it is not to attack the cancer the way you use insecticide or pesticide to attack the pathogens on that drainage gutter. It is to change the terrain. It is to cut off the fuel that feeds the terrain. It is to cut off the root cause. All those root causes I mentioned, the loads of toxins from the cream you use, from the toothpaste you use, from the water you drink, from the processed food you eat, from the relaxer you use, all those toxins, you go to cut them off, because they are fueling the terrain that creates disease. When you cut them off, it doesn't matter. I tell people it's better to be on the plane, on the path to health. Getting into the path to health is like a trajectory. Let me explain. If you want to go to Lagos and you come out to the park, and the only vehicle going to Lagos is an old Toyota Hiace, old one, maybe 1999 Toyota Hiace. That's the only available bus going to Lagos. But again, you look on the right, you saw 2027 Toyota Highlander, tinted, full AC, functioning, everything intact, brand new tires. But that Highlander is going to Lagos. Will you enter the Highlander going to Lagos because it is fine? If you enter the Highlander going to Lagos because it is fine, maybe you are hoping that eventually it will land you in Abuja, which is your original destination, you have failed, because you are on the path that is leading to damnation, to death, to destruction. It's not where you are going. So when you are on the wrong path, speed does not matter. Because even if you run 200 kilometers per hour, you are not getting to your destination. But when you are on the right path, you now choose to enter that rickety 1999 Toyota Hiace bus, but it is going to Abuja. It may take 1 month, because maybe on the way, the engine will knock. You now go and find mechanic to fix it. Then as you go again, the tire will burst. You go and fight all the burst it. So long as you remain on the track going to Abuja, one day you will get there. That is how healing happens. Healing demands that you get on track to the right destination called health. It may take time, but just be focused and be consistent. Because like I said earlier when I started, that lump that you are seeing today may have started giving information 20 years ago. So you don't expect that, oh, once you change everything today, within 24 hours, the lump will disappear. No. You have to consistently do the right thing. Don't cheat, because the more you cheat, the more you cut off your lifeline. Just stay focused and do the right thing. This is my message to anybody who have a long-standing chronic sickness, and you have tried and tried, you are eating well, drinking cabbage juice, carrot juice, celery juice, beetroot juice, everything. You are doing everything, taking turmeric, taking cayenne pepper. You are doing everything. You are eating fermented food, the sauerkraut, the cabbage soaked in water. You are taking your yogurt, you made it by yourself. You are doing everything. But it appears you are pouring water on a stone. Please be persistent. Continue. Your effort will pay off. I have a son. When we came here in the UK, he was only 5 months. Hale and hearty, no problem. But we are very new in the country. We didn't know anything. And that time they were talking about vaccination. And they said the law in this country is abuse, and they can take away your child if you don't do every necessary medical procedure, including vaccination. So we submitted him for vaccination when he was 1 year. After that vaccination, we noticed that he became autistic. After vaccination, oh, I cried. We noticed that somebody that as at that time, at 8 months, he's already starting to try to walk. But at 1 year, he's not getting up again. He now had delayed speech. Oh, it was a terrible thing. I now said, and they say autistic here. Oh, there's no, you can't cure autistic. But me, I said, no, I must cure autistic. So what did I do? I now started. It's not easy. It was a battle. Sometimes you give him food and he will vomit. You give him the right thing, because I know the right thing. I did the beetroot sprout. Because I know sulforaphane can help autistic. I did all sorts of things. But I didn't give up. I continued. I persisted. So I weaned out anything. No more bread, no more tea and milk, no more those fries, all those things that children used to like, because you have to stay focused to heal. And over time, that so-called boy that is autistic is now talking, is now walking, is now doing things for himself. Is now becoming responsible. It's getting interesting. Healing is interesting if you experience it, but you must have to put in the work, because it takes work to heal. So you must have to put in the work. So this is time. If you have compiled the questions, let's address some of the questions before we go for the second recess and then come back. Do you want to come up to ask the question to the phone so that I will take note of it? I'm ready now to take some questions. You can unmute the mic.
Thank you, sir, for this beautiful lecture. My questions are, you mentioned those things, that is our Iru and Upe. I use it a lot. Is it bad to use it? Then another question. You said it is wrong to eat in the night. You said it is wrong to eat in the night. Is it also wrong to drink water in the night? You wake up and you feel like drinking water. Is it wrong? Thank you, sir.
All right. You can mute the mic again so that I will not be having reverberation. All right, thank you so much. As regards to the locust beans, dawa, sauerkraut, pickled vegetables. In fact, yesterday in the cancer group that I manage, I was teaching them about the pap water, that fermented water, that one that you used to sieve and throw away. That water is rich with microbes that will help your gut. Believe me, I advise fermented food because it is the foundation of health. It is the foundation of restoring your immune integrity. So please share it wide and make it clear. Fermented foods, the dawa, the iru, the kunu, the yogurt, the kefe, the sauerkraut. Do you know I lived in South Korea for 4 years? In South Korea, I noticed that what they use as gift to their children when they are getting married and leaving their father's home, what they use as gift is the kimchi pot. What is kimchi pot? You know the way that when we do our wedding, like me, I'm from Igbo tribe. So what we do is we give mortar, you know mortar, with the mortar stick. You know, we give mortar, we give foam, we give refrigerator and all whatnot. In South Korea, they give a pot that looks like that local pot that we used to use those days in the village, where you put in water so that the water will be clean and cold. And they give it, that is for making cabbage, fermented cabbage. That is why in most Asian countries, they don't have the same rate of cancer compared to other Western world, because they pass out, they transfer lifestyle from generation to generation. When I was much younger, my grandmother from my maternal side, when we go to visit her in Umuawa village in Imo State, she would take me to the dark room and she will open one old 50 cl bucket and it will be smelling. That is, she's put cassava that she harvested there and left it for days, sometimes 6-7 days. It will be smelling, and she will go get it out. She will, cook it and use it and make fufu. How many people today are making fufu? We are only eating semo, gare. Some people even use rice, so yam. They call it poundo yam to make swallow. How many people are still eating fermented food. How so that our grandparents had such wisdom, who dulled our own sensibility and our own wisdom? So fermented food is sacrosanct. If you want health, you must, because the kind of assault we have, even the bottle of Coke, the bottle of Fanta, filled with color. When you drink a bottle of Fanta, look at your tongue. That is how it will color down to your gut. That's how it will damage your gut microbiome. Most of what we eat, even you eat it carelessly, you just take anything and drink carelessly, you disrupt your gut microbiome, and you do absolutely nothing to rebuild it. So this is the time I say, welcome to fermented foods. So I ferment every day. I have what I call kombucha. When I cook zobo leaf, I pour it there and I put the yeast. It will ferment. It will make it rich with probiotic, postbiotics, and prebiotics. So that same fufu our grandmother used to make is rich with probiotics, prebiotics, and postbiotics. That yogurt, if you can use coconut milk to make your own yogurt. You can buy the starter, yogurt starter. You can have it at home and do it endlessly. If you buy the starter once, you don't need to buy it again. Just continue to make yogurt. In the morning, give your children yogurt. Start the day with rebuilding their immunity, restoring their gut, restoring their capacity to be sensitive in the environment. All the so-called autoimmune disease is a destruction of the gut microbiome. So it is sacrosanct. Again, you talk about me mentioning eating in the night. Yes, if you wake up, in fact, the instruction is you should eat not later than 6 p.m. Because if you eat after 6 p.m., maybe you eat by 9 or by 10, and you want to go to bed by 11, my dear brother and sister, you are not sleeping. Oh, that thing is not sleep. It's not optimal sleep. You are only comatose. Because your body will prioritize digestion more than sleep. So all the energies will be, first of all, channeled to digestion. You can't have food inside your gut and you sleep well. It's not possible. That's why you wake up, you're not refreshed. That's why you wake up, you're not invigorated. That's why you wake up, you feel drowsy. So, eating in the night is a no-no. You must at least give 16 hours of no food. That means by 6 p.m., you stop eating. The next time you eat should be by 10 a.m. in the morning. I mean, if you want to be on the healing plane, if you want to be on the destination to health, worst come to worst, you can do 12 hours. So from 6 to 6, no food. So at least you can get optimal sleep. Otherwise, you will think you slept, but you woke up, you're not refreshed. You wake up, you have a flooding of cortisol into your bloodstream. So, another advice I give as regards to sleeping before you sleep is to not take so much water. Because you said, what if when somebody wake up and you want to take water? Now, you notice that if you drink water close to your bedtime, you will need to wake up in the middle of the night to go and pee. So you are disrupting your quality sleep. That is why it's important to stop drinking water at least 2 hours before you go to bed. So if you go to bed by 10, please let us 7 or 8, stop drinking anything water. So they don't have to wake up. I have some patients, they wake up 3 times in the night to go and pee. Why are you disrupting your sleep? Why are you suffering yourself? So it's not advisable. If you feel so thirsty, you can just take a sip of water. But during the day, when day breaks, you can now drink water. You can't die from thirst if you only do a sip. At least if you do a sip, It won't wake you up. It won't fill your bladder to wake you up to go and pee. So these things we do with wisdom. And I pray that God will help us in our pursuit. All right. Any other question? You can unmute the mic for question, please.
Thank you, sir. You said the time to eat before going to bed at least 6 o'clock before you go to bed. In case you travel, maybe hold up and you did not come home in time. Then you arrive at maybe 8 o'clock. Will the person remain like that or you should eat something? And what will the person eat before going to bed? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Of course, there are exceptions because you traveled, so there are some conditions that maybe you don't have the control over them. So in such a situation where you went to the market to buy goods from another state and you have been starving and you came back around 10 in the night, you can take something light. You can eat fruits if you have. Or even while you are coming back, you can buy fruits, so that within 1 hour, the fruits with 30 minutes, fruits will digest. 1 hour, it will digest. More when you put it in smoothie form and just lick it like yogurt. So it goes in and it gives you everything, gives you some little strength so you can go to bed. But it is important to have a sound sleep. Okay? Lack of sleep deprivation will kill people faster than fasting. I have a man, I forgot his name, but that guy on YouTube, when I find his name, I'll send it to Pastor. He has spent $2 million testing himself to know what really works for longevity. $2 million. Doing all sorts of tests to find what really works for the longevity. Do you know what that guy said? He said that that sleep is he takes sleep as a job. He said that the most important factor to health and longevity is sleep. I forgot his name. The most important factor, that sleep is a hobby. He take it as a full-time job. He take it that sometimes he will be planning his sleep from 12 p.m. He will be thinking of what am I going to eat that will not disturb the sleep he will have from 8 p.m. He will start from 12 p.m. and be thinking of how he will make that sleep good. That guy is 58 years, but he's aging at the rate of an 18-year-old. As I'm talking to you, he's the youngest old man on earth as I talk to you. And he said the most important thing is sleep. So he considers sleep as pivotal. While at work, he'll be calculating what he's going to do to not interrupt the sleep he will have at night. And when he comes back, some people, when they go to bed to sleep, they leave their light on. Why are you leaving the light on? What is the reason why God created the night and day, and night is a time to rest? But you enter the house and you put light again. Your body and the melatonin and the sleep hormones to be able to work efficiently, you need to sleep in darkness. There are some people, when you come into their room where they sleep, it will be staunchy in smelling. They don't wash their pillow. They don't wash their foam. They don't get pure air inside the room where they spend 8 to 10 hours. It's wickedness to yourself. Wickedness to yourself. So you must have, it's better that you get your windows open, flood it open, and let there be cross ventilation. If you are feeling cold, wear sweater. It's better to cover your body and have fresh air than to cover the window and have impure air because you are afraid of cold. And again, now that I mentioned about people not washing their pillow, I have found that that is what is called mold. A lot of people, what they are suffering from, they have a lot of respiratory issue, is because of mold. They don't know, or they have a lot of even some people that have asthma, that think they have asthma. I've handled cases where I say, just wash your pillow every 7 days, and their respiratory issue goes away, because they continue to infest their nostrils and their respiratory tract with toxins, with mold. So I mentioned some certain things now, important: cross ventilation when you sleep, okay, so that there will be pure air, not drinking water to interrupt your sleep, not eating to interrupt your sleep. All these things can help you to have a sound sleep. And if you still find it difficult to sleep, you can put some sleep. There's some kind of deep sleep music that helps to invigorate and rejuvenate. You can put it to be playing on your phone. Some people, they play Christian music to make them to go to bed early. All right. Is there any other question? Thank you so much. Any other question? You can unmute the mic.
Thank you very much. You said something about going microbiome. I wanted to throw more light on that. And the insulation resistance.
I didn't get the question clearly.
Now you said something about going microbiome.
What microbiome? Yes. What's the question?
And the insulation resistance. What do you understand by that concept?
All right.
Insulin resistance.
Understand the question. I mentioned gut microbiome because in our gut we have different colonies of microbes that help for both hormone production, digestion of food, just the way that when you have a pack of food somewhere and it has been there for a long time, when you now get to the food, you start seeing maggots inside the food. That maggot you are seeing is a higher level of microbes. There are other tiny ones that your eyes cannot see. That's why I said there are several things that your eyes cannot see, but they control life. Several things. So those microbes, in our guts, we have trillions of these microbes. And why they are there, they are the seat of your immunity. They are there for digestion. They are there to help you to produce hormone. They are there to help to train your immune system. They are there to defend you against some other pathogenic organisms. That is why when you eat some kind of food, you will now begin to feed the bad organisms and they will overshadow the good organisms. So the person will now show up, the person have infection or used to overgrowth. You understand? Now, you also asked about insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is simple. Anytime you spike your blood sugar, you reduce your insulin sensitivity. And I have explained it with giving an instance of somebody now who is on painkiller. Most of cancer patients, they are on painkiller. You know that in my own personal case, my mother's case, when she had cancer, she was on Panadol. But over time, because of continuous use of Panadol, the cells became resistant. Assuming that the cells that she tried to quell with the pain medication Panadol, assuming is what we are using to make example. So the cells will now become resistant that when she take Panadol, it will not work. The cells will not take it again because they are now so used to it. You know, they are now familiar. So insulin resistance is the insulin become familiar. The cells are now familiar to the insulin. So they will now need more insulin. That is usually the challenge with type 2 diabetes. For type 1 diabetes, it shows that there is no insulin. The pancreas is not working at all. It's not producing insulin at all. So you now have to be injecting insulin. But if you don't, culture, if you continue to feed the person sugar to always introduce insulin, over time you will still need to be introducing even more insulin. And the higher the insulin in the blood, the higher the blood viscosity. It will be difficult for the blood to flow easily. I give a very striking instance before we call it a day before we end this session. If you have a car and you want to service the car, you notice that you first of all check the engine oil. When you touch the engine oil, what you are checking is the viscosity of the oil. The mechanic will ask you what is you. So when you see the oil, this oil is dirty, it's thick. So when it's thick, what happens? The car is smoking because the engine is working hard to circulate the oil. So the car is smoking. That is the same thing that happens when you have high insulin in your blood. Your blood viscosity will change. So your heart will now start working hard so that it will pump all the blood to every vessel, trillions of lines of vessels in your body. It will be working hard, and you will now begin to feel it. If you have tiny vessels, like the tiny vessels that take blood to the eyes, for long, when you don't handle it naturally, it will be difficult for you to see clearly. Sometimes you wake up, you look at something, coat your eyes. Or maybe you start having headache because blood is not getting to your brain because the vessels leading to the brain are very tiny. Or now you notice the person now have kidney problem because the bloods are not getting to the kidney for the kidney to do the work of cleansing. So as the kidney is dysfunctional, the blood pressure will be getting worse because the blood is not being filtered. So the heart is now overworking. You don't have an exhaust pipe in your body to remove smoke, but the signs will be showing that the blood is not flowing. And that is why over time you notice the person say he has stroke. But these things are brewing inside and nothing was done about them. So that is why the number one way to solve the problem is intermittent fasting. Don't be eating so much. Control your appetite. Eat nutrient-dense food. Eat foods that are rich, that will nourish you. As you age, the less food you need because you're not growing bigger or taller. So you only need food to service your body. So there are a lot of things connecting to insulin resistance, but please cut out ultra-processed foods and sugars and carbs. Rice will continue to spike your insulin. Bread, meat pie, cake, gala, they will continue to spike your insulin. Sugary juices, drinks, Coca-Cola, they'll be spiking your insulin. And the more they spike it, the worse it gets. So that is it. So let us have a short recess, and then we'll come back for the last session. Now we can take diseases one after the other and handle them, and then you have a prescription on what to do for every kind of disease. Okay? All right. Thank you so much again. All right.
Well, Doctor, I want to thank you once again for this.
Come back.
Hi everyone, it's Pastor Dignity's birthday. A very happy birthday, Pastor Dignity. Thank you so much for your
So the presidents in the verse, they are very angry that P2B asked President Tinubu to resign if he cannot fix the current problem in Nigeria. That he should resign. The president's court change. Say, why would P2B say that kind of a thing? Why would you ask the whole president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to resign his position? The position he worked so hard, the position he grabbed and ran. Why would you ask him to resign? They didn't first. Anyway, in case you don't know, for some of you people who still argue blindly, it is important to remind you people that in 2014, 20th of December 2014, Jonathan's excuse to Nigerians means failure. He should resign. Tinubu. Do you see? That's Vanguard newspaper. Let me remind you again. Let me show you another one. Insecurity, resign. Tinubu tell Jonathan. Tinubu, that was he tell Jonathan. Again, this one is The Nation. On 5th of November 2014, insecurity, Tinubu asked Jonathan to resign. Again, this one is All Africa. 20th of March 2013, former Lagos State Governor Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called on President Goodluck Jonathan to immediately resign for his failure. This is so it means that this our current president has calling for the resignation of other like Jonathan. He called for it. He has been advocates. In fact, let me tell you, there's nothing new or other advocates or what we call ourselves, other people who advocate for good governance. There's nothing we are doing today that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not do.
Unemployment is a cause. They say yes, you know. Why are the people hungry? Let them face that. That is what is in Abuja of today. The current way of governance, let nations do the impossible. What they've done, they make poverty and the erosion of just society inevitable. We have gathered as a power in this place.
In 2026, there are three ways people try and build an Airbnb business. First, buying property. It works, but it's slow and capital intensive, and the risk sits entirely with you. Second, rent to rent. You find a landlord, sign a contract, list it on Airbnb, and try and take the difference. The problem is that landlords have seen that thing.
So the presidents in the verse, they are very angry that P2B asked President Tinubu to resign if he cannot fix the current problem in Nigeria. That he should resign. The president's court change. Say, why would P2B say that kind of a thing? Why would you ask the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to resign his position? The position
we too they do English. So please, open now. Name a trace of it.
Chefuru onwe m ga-esi na nchefu onwe ihe nna aghọta over days na amam ka days si aka amam ka week si bido on the money ka nna atụzi today's date m gịnị ị na-asị na m elote isi gị broda na nchefu sister elotere m onwe m I chefued myself.
Where are the Douglas Leals? What do you have to say about the senator style? Guys, just check the senator styles. On sign, see, where are the men? Men, these.
You have every. It just took her 6.
That's fire. Double shot.
Biological. There is a university in Europe where your tuition is almost free, but nobody is talking about it.
I've seen Abia. Abia is beautiful. And I've retracted what I said because Abia is beautiful. Nobody should come and I forget parties. I'm not supporting others, so I'm not in support of others. But let's see the truth and say the truth. As I went to Abia now and I saw Abia, the road everywhere is beautiful. Feels like you're in Lagos or Abuja. So I give it to Alex, so don't come there.
Have you not heard of Osaski's Enterprise? Stop paying for estimated bills. What are you? 1, 2, 3.
And I should know of our bag as well.
1, 2, 3.
White with stone looks timeless. Never found myself in times of trouble. Mama Mary comes to me.
You're welcome. Hi, how are you? You're welcome to my humble abode. I want to read my letter. So, Nadia, sit. How many years now? We're going to continue like this. And you can't be hostile to the guest. I don't want to continue anymore. Let's go on. I have to relax.
I have to relax.
Relax now. Let me take you fun. Stop this.
So the woman can replace my mom. Okay.
Nobody can. We don't go with life. It's fun now, boy. So now, we're moving on now. Accept her. This is your stepson. His name is I want to trust him. Hey, old man. This is not your stepmother. This is your stepmother. It's okay.
Stop.
So let me go out. I'll really go inside just because you will not let what you usually
Think mold is harmless? Mold can affect your health and your heart.
So don't go inside. After we'll talk now. My son. So don't worry, that's oh, man. Son of a lion is a lion. Hey, my son, you know my wife is. My son, what's going on? Why are you rushing? What's going on? Relax. Like this, what is Gen Z? You never go also. You calm down. I just came back. I don't know what. Eat. Never give me medicine. You don't know I am the way you rush me. You don't look at my heart, my mind. No, I will have you for the night. But the thing is possible. I'm not just baby. It's hard. No problem.
God told the man in white to drink wine
but never to get married. And then he turns around and tells the man in black to never drink wine, but to get 4 wives. And to the man in brown, God told him never to drink wine or marry. Who among them did God actually talk to? God told the man wanted houses built before 2005. If I one, the loft is probably of the old standard.
I don't like you going outside for anything.
It has a loft and it...
La beauté dans le détail.
You think anyone really... At this point, somebody should tap Bola and maintain the body. Mr. Red, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper.
Nobody cares.
Good point.
And usually they won't catch you. But Mr. Red, please.
Yes, thank you.
There are people we call hustlers. You know those kind of people, they never rest. They don't have the time to wait or mourn. They are always pushing.
Hello?
Hi, David. Good afternoon. It's Michael here.
Yeah, good afternoon.
David, any update on the mortgage deal, David?
Yeah, I've gone through it now. What is remaining is to... I've even printed it out. I have the copy. I just want to sign in front of a witness. So we'll do that tomorrow because my wife went to work. She worked yesterday and today. So we'll sign it tomorrow and then I'll send it.
No problem. Don't put a date on it. Just only sign. Do not mention any dates on it.
Yeah, I got the instruction. And then again, you said we should sign in front of a witness.
Yeah.
A witness who's not a blood relation. Yeah.
Yes, correct. And send me a picture once you sign it. I'll confirm it. Then you go ahead and post it, David.
All right, I'll do that. I'll send a picture when I sign.
No problem.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. What did you eat?
There are people we call hustlers. You know those kind of people. That has been the case since 1960. But in the case of President Jonathan, he would tell people, please stand up. I'm a human being. I'm not, more than a human being. But that is Nigeria's political culture. So here in Nigeria, you are not likely to find the kind of situation that you found yesterday in the United Kingdom. I made a point yesterday, and I repeat it again, that such factors as ethnicity, religion, divisiveness, and psychophancy will have made it impossible for a president of Nigeria to come forward and say, I want to resign from my position. How many persons have resigned from the National Assembly, despite the fact that they have a lot of questions to answer there? How many ministers have taken the courage, summoned the courage to just...
Come out, I'm doing live. Go.
The political culture is different. The system is different. And the question to ask is, would Mr. Peter himself, to be in the same circumstances, will he just resign? No, he will not. Indigo will come, to be specific, and say, you are not there on your own. You are representing us. It's a paid propagandist media who also say, no, we don't think that this is the right thing to do, doing their work as agents of a politician. Other people, particularly the obedience, the party that it belongs to, will tell him that you cannot resign. This is Nigeria. It belongs to all of us. Whether you are popular or not, we will do it together. So I see in Mr. Peter Obi's statement a tinge of populism. So it's just a populist there. And Mr. Peter Obi himself knows that if he were to become president of Nigeria, he's not going to resign because of people in Lagos or in Oshobo say it's no longer popular. We are not happy with him. Or another opposition party is saying, I'm the Nigerian Farage of Nigeria. This is Reform Nigeria. We don't want this again. So that's not about that. That has been the case since 1960. But in the case of President Jonathan, I will tell people, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. I'm a human being. I'm not, more than a human being. But that is Nigeria. On one night.
This new UK loft ladders and boarding program uses trusted local specialists to completely transform awkward, dangerous routes.
Here are what happened in Nigeria over the last 8 hours. Bandits have got to wife and son of Kebbi APC Onitsha as insecurity continues to challenge communities across the north. Food prices will likely drop soon. Farmers forecast lower food prices following the federal government's fertilizer intervention. Benue doctor dies of Lassa fever as the state records a fresh outbreak of the deadly disease. Seek help from us. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency urges Nigerians battling drug addiction to embrace rehabilitation and recovery. We are ready for talks or war with the government. Notorious family leader Bello Toji sends a fresh message amid ongoing security operations. One day, we will have two big buildings in Abuja where we will put pictures of people, whether dead or alive, who have messed up this country, so that their grandchildren will know their forefathers were part of Nigeria's problems. Former President Goodluck Jonathan. Army arrests soldier over the accidental shooting of a colleague in Borno State. Oyo school abduction. Troops block escape routes to the national park, where victims are allegedly being held as kidnappers reduce ransom demands. You are still growing as a child. Gege reacts to Pele's marriage to Jarvis. Expanding access to education, mentorship, and international exposure. The National Association of Nigerian Students launches a new constituency scholarship and talent development scheme. Freedom at last. 9-year-old Victor Oluwatobi regains freedom after spending 3 weeks in captivity following his abduction in Ondo State. Why is fuel still expensive? Abuja motorists question pump prices despite a decline in global oil prices. Security forces intensify operations as troops neutralize 2 suspected bandits.
What's up, y'all?
Hello, this is the order from our US. Do I say having a community that listens to you, like that listens to what?
We have an amazing transformation.
Yes, that's touch. People don't know what's going on. They have no idea. I have sort of this. They have no idea.
Thank God when I found out what happened to me. And when I'm out of water, God, I want to be suffocated again. But I also like the struggle of something as basic as human breath. How do one want to be great today and not care about being great tomorrow? It's like whenever I'm in the pursuit of something, I will discover how much it doesn't matter. But at the same time, I want it. It just matters that I'm free to everything I think of.
No matter what happens, with an agreement, without an agreement, I pledge to you that Iran, as long as I'm Prime Minister, will never have a nuclear weapon. Never.
So yeah, okay. Don't see anything. Well, you know, you said that if I was way up to here, you'd be way up to here.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, Sister Queen. Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry. I don't know who I'm fighting like this call. I don't know. How are you, darling?
Fine.
My kid, my wife.
How the come?
Oh, thank God. Oh, Papa Nero.
Yes. I know how. I know how.
Who will one day when they ask you, they got the need to go to school. So, I'm not going to everyone are rolling all of that. And then I'm going to for you, I said that book and I'm 14 pounds per hour. And I'm at two people. Mana onye nwere akwụkwọ amaghị m enye dibịa.
Onye nwe akwụkwọ. Kedu ụdọ ọrụ ihe ahụ? How many hours ka a na-arụkwanụ ma a bịa ọrụ? Okay, onwe onye ịmanụ ka ebe dị location in idea. Ee, maka onye mụ na ya nọ kịta nwa ihe ọ na-arụ na ọ ga-ebido nwa ọ bụla asị ya bido echi, enwere ike ibido. Ka ma location, ka ma distance of travel. Okay. Okay. It's not getting more for him. Anyị na-eche nọ n'ịma na initially ọ bụ 7 years mana kịta ha sozi ime 10 years ụmụazị. Nke m ga-akwọba ọkwa did ya ka m na-achọ ịsaịnị na nsaịnị ya nsendị ya a ga-akwaba ya na month end, next month end. Deposit bụ 30,000. Mana m ga-eme extension ya onwe ike zuo 4 bedroom.
and don't with space a lot. About 4 cars can go in there, isn't it?
No way space, don't parking space near or
Yeah, can you?
Oga bacha 2 cars, two makema na onwe ka ha si wee see ya nnọọ ọgbatị ya agbatị. So ama m nji agwa gị maka ama m ka ha si see ya nnọọ dọtị ya adọtị. Ndị a na-ese pikchọ ha dị ahụ. Ha dị ahụ. Oh, full 2 parking space. So if they park, 2 full parking space. Onye nwe moto na abụọ full space park. And that didn't have before. What's the word? Nke a bụ 2 ịma na 300 ka a doro ya mechaa ha wepụ 2005 so roughly 297,500. It's almost 300. Okay. Yeah.
Because people tell you were right there. You know, I think I made one of mine. I got kicked.
All right. Kedu mgbe ị na-ele anya medicine?
Anytime.
Maka mgbe ọbụla ị chọọ ụlọ online ị ga-afụta.
Okay, I like you know, probably when we can get it.
Okay, yeah, of course.
I think I like Muslim cars. And we pay the church. We may have people pay me. I'm not time out. I don't know. Only hope I can. I'm out to the mall. So, you could tell me maybe in future. He's there. He changes there now from when I'm going to be ready for. So, it's for it.
Yeah.
They're going to start a full-time job. They've been I have to thank us. So, here you go. I was really nice to already teach. The pussy. They want them.
Yeah, so what there?
Yeah, it's a penny. No, nothing now. You can go something isn't headache.
Okay.
There, I will get article. And cage.
All right, so what there? Okay. All right. Hold on. This one was a long, a long recess. I've been waiting since.
We said 2 o'clock now. Did you know when we said 2?
I didn't hear.
Yeah, we said 2 o'clock.
They said 2.
Okay.
Pastor is not here. Yes.
But we'll soon, Pastor will soon be here.
All right. So, if anybody has a question, we can start, discussing small as they are coming. So that we don't get to.
Pastor needs to be here first before we start.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
It will soon be here. Yeah, it's time. Okay.
French, you could go up and stay with Sisu.
We are ready for you, sir.
Okay. You can unmute the mic. Yeah, so thank you so much. I've been here waiting. I didn't know that we said 2 o'clock. So it's fine. At least we all got well refreshed, which is the most important thing. So we are going to begin to look at different diseases now, and then begin to look at the protocol with which to address each of the disease. I think it's important because it will help anybody who has any kind of diagnosis, or you have friends that have diagnosis. You can always share this video with them, and some of the things I'm going to share with you, you can as well share with them. But remember always, like I said, our aim is to change the terrain. That's why I told the story of the dirty drainage gutter. That was the last story I told, because that is the only way to recover the body. Now, when it comes to cancer, you know, a lot of people think that cancer is a genetic disease. I remember in America, this actress, Angelina Jolie, because she used to hear about the BRCA1 gene, so she now went to cut off 2 of her breasts, because she heard that if you cut off the breast, you would have reduced the impact of the BRCA1 gene. And she encouraged thousands of women in America to do the same thing. So they cut off their breast and they put silicone inside. Unfortunately, cutting off the body part does not eliminate the root cause. That's why I said there are certain fuels that encourage the growth of cancer. You must cut those fuels off. And there is something that is called the PET scan. It's a test that they use to know whether a cancer cell is, a tumor is benign or cancerous. So what they do is they take a sample, that's called biopsy, to go and test, and they inject radioactive glucose in the medium where the cell is inoculated. So when they now check and see that some particular cells are gulping up sugar faster than other cells, they will now say, oh, this is cancerous cell. So even the basic test they use to identify whether a cancer cell is cancerous or not, that test they use with sugar. So why do I have a patient with breast cancer and lymphedema since 2021. That is 5 years and counting. And for 5 years and counting, I asked her, has she gotten any counsel from the hospital, either by the doctor or the nurse or dietitian, as regards to how to manage the cancer? She said no, that she just goes to take her chemotherapy and take her medications and antibiotics and come back. So for 5 years, she was being managed in the hospital, and nobody ever told her what to eat or what to drink. And she was loading her body with chocolate because she said she liked chocolate. Loading her body with chocolate, bread and tea and meat pie and rice. And for 5 years, she continued treatment without any solution. Until when the case came to me, I now administered a protocol that she can use to solve the problem. So what I'm saying is that when you make adjustment of the terrain, you heal. Now, the objective of healing cancer, first of all, the protocol includes, first of all, trying to support the nutritional status and strength of the patient. The next is to maintain healthy body weight, because there's what is called cancer cachexia. Most of people that have cancer, they lose a lot of weight. And the next is to improve sleep. That's what I have noticed in most of cancer patients, is that they don't sleep well in the night because of the pain. And some of them, because of the size of the tumor, they find it hard to lie properly in bed. So they have actually disturbed physical positioning in bed. Now, supporting physical activity again. For cancer patients, I look at movement, because in most of them, the issue is reduced metabolic capacity. And that is important. So that's where we start seeing congested lymphatic system. The lymphatic drainage system is the second system in the body that sees to detoxification. Just like you have the circulatory system where the blood passes through all the vessels and gets oxygen and nutrients to every cell in the body. The lymphatic drainage system is the second system that only takes out metabolic waste, toxins from the body. Unfortunately, the lymphatic drainage system can only move when you move your body. That is the reason why when you find people who are bedridden for a long time, they start rotting in bed. When you turn their back, you see wounds that is smelly and producing water. That means it's becoming gangrenous. It's called bed sores, because they have lied in bed for a long time, and because the lymphatic drainage system is congested and there is no movement to help to move those drainage systems to take out waste. So the person, while in bed, while alive, will start rotting and start smelling. It's happening every day. If you go to hospital and see people that are in the hospital and bedridden for a long time. So that's why we support movement. And in that movement, I used to advise you to get out in the sun in the morning. Remember earlier when I was talking about gardening, I said it's an opportunity to get exposed to the sun, because the sun will help to ferment vitamin D. And vitamin D has been found to be deficient in 90% of cancer patients, according to research. So getting out in the morning to enjoy the morning sun is a prerequisite to healing cancer. Again, it's to support emotional and mental well-being, because of course, somebody with cancer would have heard stories of how people die from cancer. So the person will be anxious, the person will be afraid. So what I do is to find a way to support them. If they have friends and well-wishers, you find a way to get those guys to encourage them, because cancer diagnosis is a terrible thing and deals a deadly blow to the person's mental wellness. Now, what we do in the morning if you have cancer, when you wake up in the morning, first of all, sit up in bed and take a deep breath. Now, there's a man called Otto Warburg in 1940. Otto Warburg got what is called a Nobel Prize award for discovering that cancer survives without oxygen. So you see, people who expose themselves to environment where toxins compete with their blood capacity to take in oxygen, those people are affected with cancer. Because cancer is more like the cells trying to survive, without oxygen. So when you sit up in bed, you take a deep breath. The deep breath for 4 seconds, and you now breathe out for 6 seconds. That will help to rebalance the body. That will help to keep you afloat in the morning. Then I advise hydration. In fact, hydration is so important that I even say, if it's possible, don't take water. Just take juices off of fruits and vegetables, because these things are distilled in form and rich in minerals and nutrients that will flush out, because healing is more like nutrients in, toxins out. That is healing. Remember I said that when we address the body, we look at toxicity and deficiency. So if you can hydrate, not just with water, first of all, in the morning, you can start with a glass cup of water and lemon. That lemon is to alkalize the water and to help you to hydrate more when you drink that cup of water. But again, to alkalize the body, to put the body in an alkaline state where the terrain makes it impossible for cancer to survive, you can add 2 teaspoons of baking soda. In that way, you are alkalizing the body and you are getting ready. Then again, you talk about nutrition. This is where you now begin to prioritize leafy vegetables. The pumpkin leaf, the bitter leaf, the water leaf, the moringa leaf, the spinach leaf. I cannot overemphasize the importance of moringa leaf. Moringa has virtually all the minerals and vitamins that we need to keep afloat. It is blessed with it, and God so kind, we have moringa local in Nigeria, so it's easy for you to lay hands on it. So I choose moringa than buying any kind of supplement. I don't trust any producer of supplement because I'm not sure that they are interested in my health more than I am willing to make sacrifice for myself. Then again, we'll talk about the cruciferous vegetables. This is where you bring in the broccoli, the cabbage, the cauliflower. In fact, I have a proprietary blend that I use for cancer. That proprietary blend comprises of 2 or 3 different formulation of juices, which you can do for yourself. Now, one of them, first of all, you get from when you blend broccoli, celery, beetroot, you add some cayenne pepper, cabbage, cauliflower, most of the cruciferous vegetables. But most important is that you add your celery and your beetroot to it. This with cayenne pepper, this is what I call the blood circulation juice. If you have that elixir, that blood circulation elixir, you blend it. Then when you blend it, you can, on the other hand, you can cook the zobo leaf. The zobo is what we call the hibiscus tea. So you can cook it on one hand, and when it boils, you allow it to cool, then you strain it. Then you mix it with the juice you got from broccoli, cabbage, celery, beetroot, turmeric, cayenne pepper. When you mix it, you now drink it as often as possible. That is what we call the blood circulation elixir. But one thing again that is important that sets me apart from what I do is to make what I call the super fufu. The super fufu is just chuck the pulp. When I finish the juicing, I will chuck the pulp. You know, when you blend it and sieve it, the liquid is there, and what you call the chaff is there. For me, it is not chaff. What I do is I take that thing that is the pulp of the vegetables and put it in a pot, cook it for 2 or 3 minutes. And then while I'm cooking it, I can now add a thickener. In Jos, I started encouraging people to make, that's what they make in Jos, called fermented Irish potato. Just the way our grandmother used to make a fermented cassava, to ferment potato like that. Fermentation, like I have shared earlier, will reduce the sugar load of food. That sugar load is a glycemic index, and that again will reduce the rate of flooding of insulin in the blood when you eat that food. Just like the way you ferment milk and turn it to yogurt, fermentation removes the sugar. So that is exactly what you can do to, and when you do it after some days, like 5 days, you can now bring it out and put it under the sun. It dries, you can grind it into powder. So you can use it to, make your fufu. You can use it to thicken those vegetables. So when you put the vegetable, the pulp, that is the one that you sieved on the cooking pot, you now begin to introduce those. Apart from that fermented Irish potato powder, you can also use phylum husk. Phylum husk is a bit pricey, it's a little bit expensive, but it is the best because it will help in debulking, getting rid from the stomach residues of medication, chemotherapy, antibiotics, because the remains of all these medications will still be locked here and there in the lung. You use that phylum as a thickener to hold it together for you to swallow. You will notice that it will support in cleaning. I talk about house cleaning, about the drainage gutter. That is the same thing phylum hubs could do. Other things that we can use to do the house cleaning, which is you can use bentonite clay, you can use activated charcoal, you can use zeolite to clean. It is important to always do house cleaning because when you do it, avoid auto intoxication. Auto intoxication is when you have that remaining in your body and you try to get rid of them by debulking them with these cleansers. So the most important thing I just shared now is the juice I call the blood circulation elixir. It's very important, not only for cancer. If you have diabetes, if you have kidney problem, have high tension. In fact, when you get on this juice, the fufu, and eat it with either pumpkin soup or eat it with pumpkin is a goosey, eat it with vegetable soup, or eat it with okra soup, eat it with any kind of soup, you will notice that in 14 days, your blood pressure will crash to 30 points from what your even when you are on blood pressure medication. So you will find that you will have to drop blood pressure medication, foods alone. And it is antioxidant juice. That is where I introduce parsley. I introduce. So you blend them all together as a juice and make it your second combo anti-inflammatory juice. So now we have the blood circulation elixir, and the blood circulation elixir is the one I said you do with your broccoli, celery, beetroot, because beetroot has nitrates to digest, and celery will help to reduce and to help the blood to flow faster. Cayenne pepper is in this blood circulation. In fact, if you find anybody that just had a heart attack and is about to pass on, you have cayenne pepper on that person's tongue, under the tongue, and the person will wake up. Cayenne pepper is as powerful as God made it, and it is a first-line recommendation when it comes to any cardiac issue. Cardiac means any heart-related issue. Now, I have shared with you, if you have cancer, you will need to eat less of animal protein. You know, you don't, because of acidity or acidosis, we tend to cut down the amount of animal protein in the food that we eat if you have cancer. But my choice of animal, I said, is the ones that have low human interference. That means I prefer bushmeat. Then if you can get deep sea fish, the one that they caught from the ocean or from the river, the one that is not cultivated by people who are fish farmers, it is better for you than the other ones. If you want to eat chicken, you can get the one that raised naturally. It's called pasture-raised birds. Those ones, they will go, they don't look, their meats are very strong. They look very strong, but they don't grow in 6 weeks. Some of them, it will take about 1 year for them to mature. And again, there is a smoothie that I recommend. If you have cancer, if you have infertility, either man or woman, or you have high cholesterol, or you have any need to restore your natural hormonal balance, you have fibroid, you have endometriosis, you have painful menstruation, that is what I call the guacamole. Is what you make with avocado. So you get the flesh of avocado, put in a blender, then you can add different nuts. The one I buy here is, we call it mixed nuts, up to 5 to 6 different. We have the cashew nut, we have the pistachio nut, we have the walnut, we have almond nut, we have Brazil nut, we have the you have granite. The only challenge I have with, you need to get fresh granite, because the so-called old granite that have been there for a long time, when you eat it, you will taste something like sand in it. That is aflatoxin, and it affects the liver, according to research. Okay, so you boil it, glue it with avocado, little olive oil in it. Okay, you can also add parsley, grind it, and it is your smoothie. Now, this is where I used to introduce yogurt. So I use plain Greek yogurt. Now, incidentally, I make my own yogurt because I choose the organism. If it is somebody that has cancer, I choose a particular strain of organism to make yogurt for the person. I recommend it for the person to make yogurt because those organisms might have the capacity to eat up the tumors that goes with cancer. Now, if it is somebody that is diabetic, I choose the organisms, just like the organisms you use to ferment milk to turn it to yogurt. Those organisms will have capacity to work on sugary foods
to make those sugary foods to reduce the rate at which they will flood in glucose into the blood. So I make my yogurt based on the disease or the condition that the person has. So for cancer, I recommend a starter called Bifidobacterium. And then from there, we have several other ones, but that is the one that most recommended, and the L. reuteri. L. reuteri is the Lactobacillus reuteri. There's also what we call the Akkermansia muciniphili, but it depends again what is available where you are. But I recommend you make your own yogurt yourself. The reason why I do that is because most of the so-called yogurt they had a lot of flavor, a lot of color, a lot of sugar. Something that is supposed to be sour will now become a dessert. You know what a dessert is? A sweet something that you lick. So that is why I yourself. Cancer completely cut out any processed, cut out any sugar drinks, because sugar feeds cancer. That's where we talk about the metabolic approach to cancer. Metabolic means how the cancer feeds, and starving it how it feeds. Cut alcohol, cut refined carbohydrates, do more of movement. In the morning, you can do skipping with rope, you can do jogging, you can do it's okay. You can also do resistance exercise where you have to pull up some weight. More faster you gulp anything that has a carbohydrate in it. All right. Another thing I recommend if you have cancer is your sleep quality. You must aim for at least 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night, and have a consistent sleep schedule. Meaning exposure to screen, because before they go to bed, they'll be their phone, or in fact, they sleep with their phone on their chest. It is wrong. If you want to heal, it requires discipline. All right. And again, monitor yourself. Even as you are doing all the things to make sure you heal, it's good to check. Sometimes you check your fasting blood sugar, check your full blood count, check your kidney, check your liver, do ultrasound. You can do that once in a while to check the progress you are making in the process of healing. Then monitor your weight and eat foods that will naturally build your weight without infiltrating your body with so much fat and sugar. So these things are very important. Now, the next one I will look at is the comprehensive healing protocol for diabetes. It's because diabetes is commonplace. That's why I'm talking of it. I think it's the second leading cause of death worldwide. All right. Now, in diabetes, my primary objective is to improve insulin sensitivity, because that is what diabetes is. My primary objective is to improve insulin sensitivity and then to achieve healthy weight. So for any diabetic that is obese, that is, when you check your body mass index, we see that it is too high, we find a way to cut down by adjusting what you eat. I know when you go to the hospital, they'll tell you as a diabetic that you have to eat more frequently. No. As a diabetic, you must have to do what is called intermittent fasting. You have a smaller eating window. Maybe in a whole day, you have only 6 hours to eat. And the rest of the other hours, you just drink water and rest. In that way, I told you about the rate of use of body that determines how fast organs fail and die. So when you stop eating like you are going to war, when you stop eating like you have the spirit of gluttony, you will notice that you are preserving your pancreas. The pancreas that produces insulin, it will continue to rebuild itself because you are not abusing it. That's why they say pancreatic cancer is the fastest cancer that kills. But when I have such cases,
it is pure fasting. Anything, if I want to introduce food, I don't want to introduce food that will involve the pancreas. So I of okay, since the digestion of foods do so much with the liver, I will start introducing all food diet. I don't want the person to eat any other thing that will get the pancreas start working to release insulin, because the pancreas is already under stress. That's why it has cancer cells or tumors in it. So all these things is wisdom and strategy. There's a saying that it is strategy you use to avert tragedy, and that is truth. So reduce cardiovascular risk. Then in diabetes, there's always a case of secondary kidney problem or eye problem. That's why you notice people who have diabetic, they used to have kidney failure, or they used to have glaucoma or cataract, or they used to have insensitivity of the nerves. I gave an instance when they match something, the puncture or an inch in the leg, because sugar will continue to kill the nerves in the body, just the way a painkiller. So you will not be having sensation at your teeth. That is why, again, your wound will not heal. It becomes gangrenous. Over time, the doctor is thinking of how to cut off your leg and get you amputated. These are the targets whenever you find somebody who is diabetic. So in diabetes, you can start taking juices, especially vegetables from the amygdalina, Venonia amygdalina. We call it the bitter leaf. It is very powerful. Then we have the ota. It's a local Igbo vegetable. I think we ought to we should know about it. Bitter vegetable is very beneficial in restoring the health of the pancreas and helping you to, get your insulin to become sensitive again. So for diabetes, I've said reduce your eating window, cut out all the carbs that flood insulin into your blood. Okay, that is if you want to heal. My focus, you can see now, I'm not prescribing any medication. It's not because I'm asking you to drop off all your medications, but because first of all, you need to lay a foundation and begin to handle it from inside. Over time, you will now notice that there's no need taking the glucophage or taking the injection, because you would have corrected the fundamental problem, the root cause of the challenge. So for that, you eat lots of vegetables, because vegetables does not have carbs in them, and they are mucusless. You begin to eat eggs. Are good, especially if you can get quail eggs, if you can get duck eggs, or if you local eggs. Eggs are very wonderful because it has chromium, and chromium helps to improve cell sensitivity to insulin. And I talk about onions again. Onions also helps to improve the sensitivity of insulin to the cells. So you can eat lots of onions and cruciferous vegetables. Remember when I talked about the combo that I used to make fufu? I said it can as well serve for somebody who is diabetic. If you notice in all my prescriptions, I didn't say you should eat rice. I don't care if it is ofada rice or if it is local rice, except if you don't have any condition that you want to treat. If you have a condition, keep the fats, the carbohydrates now, and focus only on foods that can heal, foods that are rich in nutrients, foods that have, because there's what I call the blood of plant. The blood of plant is the chlorophyll. How God made it, the liquid flowing inside of plant it resembles exactly the blood flowing inside of us as humans. So whereas the chlorophyll is made up of everything, including manganese, we as humans, our hemoglobin is made up of everything contained in the chlorophyll. But the difference now is that our own has iron. So that is why when you go to the hospital, when you are lacking blood, they give you iron tablet. But remember, in nature, God makes everything whole. That's why I said you don't expect a chef to cook something near as perfect as an apple. Because when God created an apple, he created it to be whole. So when you go to the hospital and get iron, and you don't eat foods that have the cofactors that help iron to form blood, you will be lacking of blood. So what I do is take the green juices. There's a vegetable called hospital is too far. You can use it. You can blend with the several other vegetables, the water leaf, the bitter leaf, the pumpkin leaf, the spinach. When you blend all these things together, if you need blood, you can drink off of it. And there is what we call the organ meat, especially the liver. The liver have tons and tons of minerals, especially iron. So if you want to build your blood very fast without going for blood transfusion, you need to make juice of all these green leafy vegetables and then just eat a little beef liver. Just do it like that for 7 days and you will pump blood inside your system. And meanwhile, remember, it's going to be pure blood that heals. Remember, the Bible said that the life of the body is in the blood. So that blood is not ordinary blood. It must be pure blood. It must be a blood that is not infiltrating insulin or cortisol or metabolic waste or toxins that we eat from food. No, it must be pure blood. And as you want to build pure blood, you must do pure, unadulterated nourishment of the body. Because the blood vessels have openings in your gut, in your stomach. So as you eat, these things travel into the blood vessels. And that is how it goes. The nutrients in the food pass from those vessels to your cells, to your eyes, to your brain, to your heart, to your kidney, to supply the requisite ingredients that those organs and cells need for health to be possible. So that's why we say it is garbage in, garbage out. It is what you feed on. That is what will determine your health. Cut off any soft drink if you are diabetic. Cut off sugary beverages. Don't cheat. Save your life first. Before you cheat, save your life first. Cut off white bread. It's not good. Cut off all sweets. Cut off cakes. Cut off these things will do more harm to your body than good. Because if you want to heal, you don't want to remain on the same plane that created the disease. You must have to change something. You must have to change something. And again, you know that exercise improves your metabolism. So, metabolism means the rate at which you burn both toxins and fats and glucose. So, if you are diabetic, please find a way to improve movement. Add movement to your routine, to your regimen, to anything you do. Add strength training to anything you do. You know, I was talking about it's rare for you to see somebody who is a trainer, who is a strength trainer, those people that have muscle. It's rare for you to see them have insulin resistance because the muscle bypass activities of insulin and take up the glucose in the blood. So people who have muscles out of training, doing push-ups and doing weight and what have you, those people, they can survive taking a bottle of Coke every day for the rest of their life. Why? Because muscles will take off all the sugars faster without using insulin. So that's why we talk about strength training for people who are diabetic, because that's the way you can utilize the excess sugar and reduce the influx of that sugar in your blood. Again, sleep is very important. Still target 7 to 9 hours of sleep. And then managing your weight is very, very important if you are diabetic, because when you do it, you will notice that you are healing. You are regulating your blood sugar, you are reducing your HbA1c, You are reducing your blood pressure just by being careful of your weight and what you eat to maintain your weight. Then another thing I want to talk about is for hypertension. Why I'm talking about hypertension is because it's commonplace. And for this one, we have several testimonies of how we lowered cardiovascular risk by managing hypertension, how we protected the heart, protected the brain, protected the kidneys. Because like I said, the kidneys filters about 150 liters every day. You know what a liter is? Then 150. You know what 50 gallon is? So it means the amount of blood that passed through the kidney is equivalent to 150 liters. Because every time your heart pumps thousands of times in a day. So every time your heart pumps, is pushing blood and it is passing, is taking blood to the cells, taking blood, and the blood is getting again to the kidney and getting filtered. So your kidney is under stress if you are diabetic. And that is why you must have to be extra careful as regards to what you put in your mouth, because that is what will determine whether you are fueling that disease, making it complicated, or whether you are healing. Of course, on diabetes, you can eat fruits because fruits have a different pathway for digestion, except banana, except the starchy fruits. Apple is not starchy. Orange is not starchy. Avocado is not starchy. When we say starchy foods, most, starch always comes like whitish in color. So most fruits that are starchy, you will know that they are starchy by their presentation. Mango is not starchy. These are mucusless fruits. They are good even though you have diabetes. So focus more on whole foods. If you are diabetic, reduce table salt or cut it off completely. Remove, sorry, I'm talking about hypertension. Remove table salt. And in hypertension again, I talk about Celtic sea salt to help in rebalancing your minerals, your body minerals, so that you can be adding it to your diet instead of table salt. If you are hypertensive, please reduce processed meat. If you are hypertensive, please cut off alcohol. All the joints to stay with friends, drink with friends, enjoy with friends. Well, I'm not saying it's not enjoyable, but the most important thing is that it is toxic to your body. You can't continue that way if you truly desire to heal. If you desire to heal hypertension, remember the first combo I mentioned about the fufu. It is also important. And two most important things that you must put in that combo is the celery and the beetroot. In fact, sometimes I even do celery and beetroot alone for somebody who is hypertensive. And you find that after 7 days, you'll be looking for the hypertension you want. But I try to get them to be very strict that they don't cheat. When I talk about cheating is, eating all those things that will make the markers worse. We don't need those things because it's an assault on the body. For hypertension, it's very important you manage stress. It's very important you sleep well. Because if you don't sleep well, of course, your body will be under tension if it's not well rested. So sleeping is part of controlling because that sleeping heart rate, that resting heart rate, you need it for at least 8 hours in a day. So your body can begin to rejuvenate, to regenerate, to reinvigorate, to recreate. Another thing you can do when you wake up in the morning is the deep breathing. Deep breathing is important. Cut out screens before you go to bed because it will cause sleep apnea. And if you have hypertension, please make sure you are able to get the BP machine to monitor. Don't stop medication abruptly. I'm not asking you to stop. until you see that your markers have improved. And you can see that because you are doing all those things, that your blood pressure is coming low, so you can gradually stop the medications. We don't want to have a situation where you are still putting stress on your body while you are trying to heal. So monitor as regular as possible. Hypertension is one of the easiest things to heal, but unfortunately, the medical system now gets you drugged to death when you have hypertension. They almost sign you up for a lifelong addiction to drugs, changing from one drug to the other, from one complication to the other, just because you are treating hypertension. Something that can be easily addressed if you change your life. So now let's talk about chronic kidney disease. That's kidney failure. Our primary objective when we have end in the kidney is to slow the progression, manage the complications, maintain nutrition, protect cardiovascular health, and to reverse the kidney problem. And in reversing the kidney problem, you will notice that there is another organ in the body that does nearly the same thing that the kidney does. And that organ is the skin. I know a lot of us don't know. The skin also filters your blood and remove excess liquid with toxins and salt and what have you. That's why you exercise, you sweat. When you are sweating, you have suspended the stress on the kidney and you have transferred it to your skin. So when I find a kidney patient, that is how I solve the problem. I do my natural dialysis. And that dialysis is find any possible way to get the person to sweat. If it is a patient that is weak and that cannot move easily, you can do sauna. Have the money. If they don't have, I have what I call my own artificial sauna. That artificial sauna, I also look at it as a blood circulatory elixir. So anybody that have pain, because cancer always goes with pain, instead of giving them tramadol or cocodamol or morphine or paracetamol or ibuprofen or diclofenac, what I do instead is to get them to do steam inhalation. If they don't have money to do sauna, they do steam inhalation. Very simple, very cheap. What I recommend for you to use, sometimes you don't have to pay for it. You can get it free. It's called the neem tree, the dogoyaro. So if you have friends that can get into the bush for you or get to the village and get enough dogoyaro for you, whether it is dried, whether it is fresh, you can use it. Then also get lemongrass. So these two things will help you to do your artificial sauna. People sometimes pay $500 a month to register for sauna, but your own need to pay anything. You just need to put fuel in your kerosene stove, because when you put the pot, add some water in the pot, then put the dogoyaro and the lemongrass. Try to put them in, if they are, you can cut them, to in smaller portions and store them. Whether they are dry or they are fresh, you can use them. Anytime you can put it in the pot as it's boiling, use your big wrapper or big towel, cover yourself and inhale that thing. Inhale it until you start sweating profusely. You are, the body, in the bid of the body to take out of pathogens or infections, the body introduces fever. That fever you are having is not a mistake. is orchestrated by the body to get blood to move fast to every area where there could be pathogens. Because you will notice that there is more blood flow to the areas of pathogen. That is immune sensitivity. Your capacity of the capacity of your immune system to have the detective capability to know where the pathogens are and to travel there when the body generates fever. So it goes there to use the white blood cell, the NK cell, to take out pathogens, encircle them, bundle them out, disform them, and you pass them out from the urine or pass them out from anywhere. That is what your body is able to do for you. But what you can do for yourself is to simulate that type of event by creating artificial fever, by using that neem tree and lemongrass, put it in the pot, a bud pot, cover yourself, and continue to take it in. For people that have breast cancer, that have lumps on their armpit, that is in the lymph node, and it's painful, their hands are heavy, that is my first recommendation. Before they go to bed at night, instead of taking tramadol that will damage the liver, I say, please do this 30 minutes before you go to bed. And when they do it, once they finish for 30 minutes or 1 hour, they'll just go to the bed and sleep like a baby. Notice that after every rigorous blood circulation, the body tends to settle more and you sleep deeper. It is also true. That is why sometimes we advise people, when you finish eating your dinner and you want to go to bed, first of all, go do a little exercise. Because when you stimulate your body, you improve circulation, you calm down and sleep deeper. So, but now you can see there are several ways to kill a rat, but I'm giving you options so you know the one to choose. No matter what type of pain you have menstrual pain, you have Crohn's disease and it's painful, or you have tumor, something that inflamed, you have something that inflamed on your body and you want it to dissolve fast. The way to perform surgery on that thing is to get blood to flow into that thing. Blood, the Bible said blood is life. And some of those things are dead cells. And blood needs to come there to take away the dead cells and put life again to the cells surrounding that place. So how do you do that? That's where we introduce what is called the castor oil. Because castor oil will travel deeper through your skin into your cells to improve blood circulation. In fact, in some cases where people have some kind of lumps here and there on the body, we even ask them to add what is called poke root. So as I talk to you now, in my community, we have a product called poke root infused castor oil. It has 3 times the effect of ordinary castor oil when you apply it on the body. Whether you are having pain anywhere, it will be, because that pain is a sign. The inflammatory, the things that are causing the pain, the congestion, you need circulation to take it out. Remember that congestion causes pain. Yeah, like this, my hand are hard cut. Assuming I'm not living well, when it's swollen, like somebody that has whitlow, it is a congestion. So it will be very, very painful. That's the same thing that happens with cancer. You have breast cancer. So it's a lump there. It's congestion. The tumor is, forcing against the blood vessels, against the veins surrounding there. So it's painful. But when you introduce circulation, it reduces the pain and you can sleep. When you do it, in fact, this sound I'm talking about, I want you to do it as often. In some people, I say do it 10 times. There is no side effect. There is no side effect of you improving circulation. Once you eat well, your blood is pure. Your blood is not infiltrated with toxins, with insulin, with cortisol, with metabolic waste. Once you do steam inhalation, the blood that is pure takes in oxygen, takes in nutrients, travel to that place and begins to dislodge all those things. Again, I'm not promising you it will happen in 1 week so that you, but I'm telling you that with persistence and focus, you will get there. You will make it. Okay? So these are the issues I decided to handle. I've told you about the kidney and about using this alternative sauna for somebody who has kidney problem. If you want them to stop dialysis, paying 55,000 3 times a week, more sauna. And I've taught you now how to do it. The more there's no side effect, because you are simulating the effect. And what you are doing is that you are reducing the burden of toxic blood on the kidney. When you go on green juices, you are purifying the blood. You are getting the blood to flow easy. You are healing the kidney, because again, you are introducing nutrients, minerals, vitamins, cofactors that will help the kidney to heal. And because you are reducing the burden, you are not putting in toxin kidney need to work hard to remove and excrete. You are healing the kidney. If you want to heal something, you need to reduce the burden of that thing. When you see a car is struggling, is carrying load, it can't climb a hill, you add another weight on it. You make that car to knock engine. That is how some of our bodies knock engine, because we overstress it. Remember the story I told about the horse? When you take it to the stream, that horse, you travel a long distance, is using the reserve energy. Some of us are walking about, but our kidneys are using the reserve energy, the last energy. And you will not know, because the way God made our body, through homeostasis and balance, you will know, you will feel it. But the body is working very hard, it's under pressure. Just like when your blood is not pure, your heart is pumping, because it wants to get blood to get to every cell, because it knows that life, oxygen, nutrients need to get to every cell. So your blood is working and working and working. Instead of you to support it, you are still eating sugar so that you make it to work hard. Because sugar, when it gets into the blood, it will change the blood viscosity. The blood will become thick and corroded. Even when you cut yourself, you see the blood coming in clumps. The blood is not pure. So, if you want to heal your blood, heal your gut. These things are infiltrated. The more infiltrated they are, the more difficult it is to heal. So, I will beg for 10 minutes to do school run, because I happen to be the only parent at home, and it's only advice here in the UK, if you have a toddler, it's only the parent that is allowed to come and pick up the but luckily for me, I drive. So, but when I come back, we'll have another swell time to now look at every question. So long as you are worried about any condition, you have headache, you have anything, please do not hide disease. Do not hide it. Bring it out. Let us trash it once and for all. That is the benefit that our pastor have availed us today, so that we will learn. We will know that health is easy. Health is a gift from God. God done it that people are going to die poor, amputated, and without peace. God didn't plan it. The way people are dying like cockroach now, God didn't. Do you know the last woman I consulted with cancer, she's 41, and she has children. I say at 41, and it's metastasized, spread everywhere in the body. When I see her, I cry, but I know that there is a way. But why I cry is, why is it happening to young people? It is not the plan of God for us as a church, as people who call God's name. God did not plan that we will have the kind of maladies, the kind of diseases that are in existence today. It is sincerely, it's not the plan of God. Not the plan of God. Not the plan of God. I pray that God will give us the wisdom and the understanding and the discipline to do the right thing. Because I tell you again, when I come back in the next 6 minutes, I think I will make mention more about discipline. Because I see a lot of people being distracted. So I'll teach you some tricks about discipline, because it has to be a part of you. Living well have to be a part of you, so that you can be there with your children right around your table as God promised us. Even when you are dying, you won't be burdened to them. You will not be dying and be changing pampers. You will not be dying and somebody is carrying you to the toilet. No. Hail and hearty. If you die, you close your eyes in your sleep and you go to your God and Master. That is how it's supposed to be. That is natural death. And that is my aim, is that we will bring back natural death, so that people will not be dying untimely. So please get your questions ready again for the final session. Let's have another say 6 or 7 minutes recess, so that when we come back, we can tie everything, so that it will be of beneficial that we didn't in for today. That the lessons you learned here will stay with you. You will transfer it to your children, so that they will live better. We have lots of infertility today because people are misguided. Lots of kidney challenge today because people are misguided. I want everybody to learn and apply this wisdom to your respective lives and families, so that we can be the better for it. Okay, thank you again. Please give me a little time, maybe 6 or 7 minutes, and we will be back. Please generate your questions. Yeah. Yeah, so that we can deal with it when I come back.
Well, Dr. Omoto, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
So in 10 minutes, I will go. The assembly. 10 minutes. We will assemble.
Tell Sisi to come and give you fruits in the fridge. Go up. I want to finish my life.
Daddy.
Pastor has not come, sir. You know what? I don't know. I don't even hear you, sir.
Wait, I never on.
Okay.
Wait, that's too close. You take your baby.
Yeah, take them back.
Take it like that. It's okay like that. You know, like that. Me not too close.
No, I want to make sure this thing you had to talk. I don't know what. Why is he not talking? We can't hear you.
Mike. Maybe you don't mute your own mic.
We can't hear you.
All right, discipline defeats disease. Most people they think that disease is really caused by one bad day, and health is really restored by one good day. The truth is, most chronic diseases are not simply disease of the body. They are disease of broken habit. That's why I said healing must be a lifestyle. Healing must be a lifestyle. You must repair your eating pattern. You must repair your sleep pattern. You must repair your healing, your movement pattern. You must repair the stress management pattern. You must be consistent. That's the powerful thing I want us to know as we bring this meeting to a close. Consistency is stronger than any disease. It's stronger than diabetes, than hypertension, than obesity, than kidney problem. Staying the course, staying focused, not being distracted, doing the right thing. I told the story of the car traveling to Lagos and the one traveling to Abuja. You just have to be there in that path that leads to health. It doesn't matter any distraction. It's not because it will work overnight, no, but because even that disease is built over time, and healing is built the same way. The biggest lie that we have in healthcare is people believe that, oh, once you give them this medicine, everything will be fine. It's a lie. You will not be thinking, oh, once you get this supplement, everything will be okay. Or even once you get the herb, it doesn't matter. It is not only one thing. Because healing cannot just come from just ordinary intervention. No, healing is not an event. Healing is a pattern. You must have a pattern. That's why I talk about protocol. What is the healing protocol? Not what is the healing medicine. We are not deficient of medicine. We are only having a broken pattern. Because disease is also a pattern. So the body reflects what we repeatedly do, not what we occasionally do. The reason why many people fail is like, for instance, when you see in January now, people will be saying, New Year resolution, New Year resolution. But there is no commitment to that part. No new diet, no new exercise plan, no new health plan, no new commitment. Because some people, they will try it after 1 week, they will give up and say it's not working. It's working. So you don't have to relapse. Even after 1 month, if you feel it's not working, it's working. It is a viable, vital investment that you're making inside of your body. Discipline is permanent. So disease does not care about your motivation. No. Disease responds to your habit. That's why I said you must have to go to your kitchen cabinet, throw away anything that does not support healing. Rebuild your kitchen cabinet with things that support healing. Because consistency is not doing something when you feel inspired, though. Consistency is doing the right thing every time, even when you don't feel inspired, even when you feel you are weak, even when you feel you don't want to continue, but you are doing the right thing. Just continue. Because, of course, you're going to have temptations. When you go to congregations, you go to birthday party, you go to wedding, there'll be Coca-Cola for you, there'll be malt for you, there'll be wine for you. These are distractions. Consistency. So what I'm begging us is to take responsibility and shun every iota of excuse. I want you to have the warrior mindset, because I have seen diseases melt in front of that mindset. For instance, if you have a high blood pressure, it does not take a weekend off. It's always there. So you cannot now be doing the right thing and on the way you stop and think everything is fine. No. You have kidney problem. It does not pause and say it's time to go for holiday. It's always there. So you don't wait again for somebody to come and motivate you. I may not be there to motivate you. Pastor may not be there to jack you up and motivate you and tell you to do what is right. You say you are tired, or maybe you can't make fresh juice and eat. Cancer does not say that he is tired. It's always there. So why do you want to stop the healing? If those diseases can be persistent, what about you? Your healing must become even more persistent. So when we talk about consistency and discipline, there's 4 levels. First of all, we have the biological consistency. Biological consistency is you continue to give your body what it needs every day. Real food, clean water, or especially water from juices, movement, sleep, sunlight. These are biological consistency. Fresh air. Make sure in your house there's fresh air. There are some garden snake plants that you can put inside your room to purify your air. If you have money, buy it and put, because the body repairs itself when you give it the right condition. The next level of consistency is metabolic consistency. That's where you have to continue to check. Is your blood sugar stable? Avoid constant snacking, avoid excessive processed food, avoid feeding inflammation and inflammatory markers in your body, because your metabolism will determine whether your body moves towards healing or moves toward disease. So that's why you have to check. The next level of consistency is mental consistency. Do not quit, maybe because you think, you're not making as much progress as you thought you would be making. Do not abandon the process, because results are invisible sometimes, but they are there. So most healing happens even long before the symptoms improve, but healing have happened. You have to trust the process. The next is spiritual consistency. Prayer, gratitude, purpose, faith. Have faith. It's God that said he created us and he gave us life. He gave us our body. He built our body. We must believe, we must trust God and have faith in the machination, in what he made. So as we just try to support the body, keep calm. Keep calm. Don't have a troubled spirit, because it will worsen the disease. These things are practical and they are possible. I used to say every human being possesses what I call adaptive reserve. Adaptive reserve is the ability to fight, the ability to repair, the ability to recover. That is adaptive reserve. The ability to adapt. Because that is what is going to make, when you see a lion, that adaptive reserve will pump in energy for you to run for your dear life. Adaptive reserve will give you the ability to heal. So, but anytime you make an unhealthy choice, you will drain that reserve. Anytime you don't sleep in the night, you will drain that reserve. Anytime you eat a processed meal, you will drain that reserve. Anytime you continue to lead a sedentary life without movement, you will drain that reserve and you will go to relapse. So our idea is for you to be consistent, for you to stay focused, and for you to know that healing is possible when you are determined to make it happen. So this is the time we have now to ask questions. I don't care any kind of question you have, provided it is within the circle of what we are discussing today. It is allowed. So please, you can unmute the mic and feel free now to ask questions, because I want everybody, before you leave, you must benefit something. You must benefit something. Even if you have friends, loved ones, neighbors that have a condition and you are confused, you don't know what to do, the healing will start tonight. I'm not saying the person will be completely healed today, just like I said, but definitely you will learn something that when you go back and tell that person, he will start doing it and he will start seeing changes starting today. So this is an opportunity now for questions.
Thank you for taking the time to educate us. First, I have two questions for our sisters. First one is, please, sir, I want to know the causes of ulcer and how to prevent it. Also, does it really happen now? That's the first question. And the second question from the sister is, I want you, sir, to discuss more on stress, how it affects our health.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Second question. You mean the second question?
Yeah, second question.
Say, please, sir, I want you to discuss more on stress and how it affects our health. Can we
Stress.
Stress. How it affects our health? Yes, stress.
Okay.
And then the third is mine. Just one question for myself. For a man who has never consulted a doctor concerning his prostate health, a man of about 50 years, what should that man do right now? He has never gone to a doctor to check his prostate health. What action should he do at this time? Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. So the first thing you made mention of is ulcer. You talked about the cause of ulcer, if I heard right. Ulcer is mostly caused by an organism called H. pylori, Helicobacter pylori. It's an infectious organism. It's a bacteria that will damage the stomach lining. You know, some people think that ulcer comes from fasting. No. Ulcer does not come from fasting. But of course, while fasting, those organisms, if they proliferate into the gut, they can damage your gut lining. Ulcer can be also caused by frequent use of medications, especially painkillers. You notice that is why they say before you take mainstream medication, eat small food. Because these medications are acidic, such as ibuprofen, diclofenac, naproxen, aspirin. These things, when you use them frequently, it's likely that you will have ulcer because it's acidic. It will damage your gut. Ulcer can also be caused indirectly from chronic stress. In fact, stress can worsen because of what is called stomach inflammation. Stomach inflammation and production of acid. These things will cause the ulcer. That is why they keep telling you don't eat acid foods. Apart from acid foods, stress also makes you have an acid body. So we continue to intoxicate or to cause harm on an already existing ulcer. If you are smoking excessively, if you are taking excess alcohol, every time you are bloated, you are having gas, you are damaging the protective lining of the stomach. So the protective lining of the stomach, when you damage it, it's equal to ulcer. If you are used to eating frequent processed foods, you are creating, like I have told you, those things containing in that food, they cannot be converted to flesh and to blood. They are harmful to the body because they are there to control the activities of microbes in the body. So they will also damage your gut and your gut microbiome. So it is these things that will cause you to have ulcer. And in ulcer, that is to heal ulcer, if it is caused by H. pylori, there's a kind of sensitivity test that you do to find out whether you have H. pylori. If you go to a lab, they will do it for you. So you can take a targeted medication that will wipe out that H. pylori so that the ulcer can heal. Otherwise, fermented foods, eat as much as possible, and cruciferous vegetables. This way we now begin to advise people to take cabbage water, to take lots of cabbage, whether it's fermented or it's raw. This will help to manage the ulcer. But if you want to heal it permanently, there is one herb called slippery elm. Slippery elm, just like something that is sleep. Slippery elm. That is the number one herb that can heal ulcer within 7 days. Especially if you are just trying to treat the wound. Well, aloe vera have similar actions in the gut of the body. But slippery elm will do that magic faster than aloe vera. But if you can't find slippery elm, you can use aloe vera. Just scoop the gel and ingest it. Do it on empty stomach with 1 teaspoon. You can do it as much time in a day as you have an empty stomach. Aloe vera can do it, but slippery elm will do that faster. Now, talking about stress, you're asking how stress affects health. I've shared about stress raising your cortisol level. If you don't sleep properly, it will keep your cortisol level high. And when the cortisol level is high, it will keep your insulin level high. The blood is infiltrated. When the blood is infiltrated, if you have high blood pressure, it will double. The numbers will double. Stress can raise your adrenaline. You know, that is what we call the fight and flight hormone. It is stress. That flight and flight hormone is a hormone that whenever you see something accidental, the body tends to, pump that hormone inside your cell so that you can be active and take steps. Stress will raise your blood sugar. Stress will raise your blood pressure. It is stress. That's why they say when you are hypertensive, they say reduce stress. Stress will raise your blood sugar. Stress will raise your blood pressure. Stress will raise your inflammation markers. And now you can see that when stress raises your cortisol, your adrenaline, your blood sugar, your blood pressure, your inflammation, and these not the things that cause hypertension, diabetes, obesity, poor sleep, digestive problems, low immunity, depression, anxiety. It is stress. So stress can cause it. Our body was designed for just short stress and not prolonged stress, not continuous stress. So that's why we talk about reducing any source of chronic stress. If it's as a result of not sleeping properly for a long time, please correct it. Otherwise, you are draining your adaptive reserve. Now, the last question you asked is about the prostate. You know, the prostate, you know where it is, the small gland that is sitting below the bladder. Some people might have, it is said that once you clock 50, you must be going to check your PSA. One seminar we did in church last 2 weeks, somebody came and said PSA is 9, is nearly abnormal. So he's not saying what is he going to do. One of the doctors there told him, what you are going to do is be going to check it every month so that when it gets bad, you can go for treatment. And I said, no. What you do that it has not manifested so dangerously, what you do is ask yourself, what type of lifestyle produced the symptoms I am seeing now? And then change that lifestyle. If you are not sleeping properly, begin to sleep properly. If you are not eating properly, begin to eat properly. So don't wait until you are finally diagnosed before you now begin to correct the lifestyle. No, start correcting it now. That's the little try to pass urine and it's difficult, you don't empty your bowel, go and check your prostate. It could be enlargement of prostate, that is BPH. It could be prostatitis, that's inflammation, or it could be prostate cancer, God forbid. But for what any condition it is possible to reverse it. Just make sure you check. You can't empty your bladder. You have weak urine. When you try to urinate, you will be forcing it, but yet it will be dripping down. You need to check your prostate. If you are urinating frequently in the night, even though you're not drinking too much water, you need to check your prostate. If you are having urgency, you just want to urinate now, and you feel it's urgent, it's coming out, it's forcing out. No, you have to check your prostate. There's a problem. If you see blood in your urine is so colored that you are sure now, no, this is not normal, it's bloody. You need to check your prostate. If you have erectile dysfunction, and in most men, they have erectile dysfunction. And I tell men that whenever you notice you don't have an erection early morning after sleep, that means you have a cardiac issue. Every man must have erection. When you stop having erection, that means you have a cardiac problem. Because it is just the way I defined about the vessels leading to the penis being small. So if you have blood pressure problem, you will have erection problem because you can't be having strong erection. So you have to tackle the problem of the heart. You have to find out what is really going on and solve the problem once and for all. So if you want to maintain your prostate health, you need to maintain a healthy weight, exercise regularly, eat lots and lots and lots of vegetables, including cruciferous vegetables. If you do that and you cut out all the inflammatory toxins coming from processed foods, coming from excess sugar, coming from seed oils, I tell you, you will not have any prostate problem. And also, I've told you insulin is not only a sugar hormone. Insulin is also a growth hormone. The more you have insulin flood into your body, the more obese you become. The more you have insulin flood into your body because of eating processed food, the more you have tumors. The more you have insulin flood into your blood, the more you have cancers. The more you have insulin flood into your blood, the more you have metabolic imbalance. So insulin fuels growth. A lot of women have fibroids. It's because of insulin. And I've said so much about insulin when we started. So that is it about keeping health about your prostate as a question, and about ulcer as you ask, and stress. So I don't know if there's any other question. Do you have any other question? I believe I was able to exhaust all these questions.
Yes, yes.
Clarified it.
Well, let me start by thanking you for the good job, and want to say that all that you have told us today, we have learned so much from them. And as a medical doctor, please, and all that you have told us, having listened to you carefully till this time, I want to ask if at all, as a medical doctor, do you encourage orthodox treatment?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Especially when it comes to emergencies. Because emergencies, or when it comes to acute condition, like if you have appendix rupture in your stomach, in your lower abdomen, you must get to the hospital for immediate attention. If you have an accident and you broke your leg, you must get to the hospital for immediate attention. If you want to put to bed and you notice that your amniotic fluid have broken and is coming out, you must rush to the hospital for immediate attention. So for emergencies, yes. But for chronic disease, which is lifestyle disease, hey, it is not a medicine, or not a medicine issue, because it's lifestyle disease. Yeah, I'm telling you now that you have hypertension because you are always, flooding your blood with sugar, pushing your insulin levels, and having hyperinsulinemia. And instead of correcting it, you want to go to the hospital to take medicine for insulin. No, I don't think it's wise. I'm not saying I'm 100% against it, but I am focused more on addressing the root cause of the disease. And there is no disease that grows in a vacuum, meaning that there is a root cause to every disease. If you tell me any disease now, I will tell you what could be the problem. So you don't take, I've said earlier, you don't take medicine to douse it. You have headache, you go and take medicine to cool down the headache. But the problem is that you didn't sleep well. That's why you had headache. Instead of you to sleep well, you go and take Panadol. And you then go again and continue to stress yourself. No. Eventually, you will take out your energies. You will exhaust your adaptive reserve. And you will bear the consequences of doing that. So, of course, in emergencies, I advise. In some critical situations, like when you come to me, how your blood pressure is 300/150, please, it's better you get attention in the hospital. It's an emergency situation. Okay? Even though it's lifestyle, but you allowed it to accumulate and it wants to take your life. Somebody just fell down and the person had a stroke. It's an emergency. The person needs to get to the hospital. I don't say, come and sit down and start using herbs. We need to check first. That stroke, is it hemorrhagic stroke? Where did it happen? Where do we need to drain some blood flowing into your brain? Or do we need to stitch? Do you need surgery? Do we need anything? So, of course, there is absolutely importance of using mainstream medicine. Okay? Yeah. So, thank you so much. I guess the question was answered. All right. I don't know if there's any other question.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. My question is, you spoke about lemongrass and dongoyaro. How often can one take this lemongrass therapy? How often can you take it in a week? Can a pregnant woman also do this lemongrass therapy? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So now the lemongrass and neem leaf. Remember, the suggestion I gave was when I say you can simulate sauna or fever in the body to improve blood circulation. So, of course, if you have malaria, you can do it, and you can as well drink the neem and the lemongrass. And there are astringent herbs. So, for such herbs that are astringent, when a woman is pregnant, you don't give her such herbs. The only thing is that she can use it to do the steam inhalation, but she cannot drink it. Because steam inhalation is to improve detoxification. So it will not affect the woman if she cover herself with towel and she breathe in the steam coming from the boiling water containing lemongrass and neem. So it's safe for the pregnant woman, but it's not safe to be drunk by a pregnant woman. I hope I clarified the answer. All right.
When we were talking about ulcer, you mentioned a particular leaf of we did not understand. I don't know if we can find the leaf here in Nigeria.
When I was talking about ulcer, so I mentioned the particular
leaf. Herbs.
Okay, that helps is I said aloe vera can do the same work of healing. The milder version of it is cabbage juice. Apart from that, I now mentioned slippery elm. Yeah, slippery. SLIPPERY. And M for ELM. So it's the most powerful herb.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
My question is on pain management. Recently, I fell while climbing down the staircase upstairs, and I've been taken to hospital, and they have done scanning, and they discovered that one of the organs, there is no internal injury, but the organs are perfectly okay. But yet, I still see pains, particularly the waist, the ribs, and in the morning to get off of bed, very difficult. What do you think? What are your recommendations without necessarily a period?
I didn't quite get everything. I didn't even, because if I had the name of a particular disease, I can say.
Now, I felt recently while I was climbing down upstairs.
Yeah.
The pain was so serious that I was taken to the hospital, Kanye was gone because of the severe pains, and the result showed that there's no internal injury. But yet,
Okay, sorry. Before you were taken to the hospital, did you have a fall?
Yes.
Okay. And now when they checked, they noticed there's no injury.
There's no internal injury.
Okay.
But as I'm talking now, I'm seeing serious pains in my waist, the ribs, and particularly in the early morning, if I sleep to get up, I feel some pains.
Okay, very good.
My age is 72 years, I'm 72 now.
All right, very good. I think I understand in part your question. So let me answer based on what I've understood. So sometimes you can have a condition that affects you on a functional plane. There are two different planes of oppression of disease. One is a functional plane. That functional is only based on sensation. You feel it, but you can't touch it. Number two is biological plane. That one you will be seeing it physically. You can touch it like you had a fall and you can see the wound on your leg. It's biological. But functional is you are having sensation of pain. You can't touch that thing that is happening, but you are having the sensation of pain. So in that type of condition, you can use castor oil application topically on that area where you are feeling the pain. When you have a castor oil, you can mix it with DMSO. DMSO is dimethyl sulfur oxide. So when you mix it there, DMSO serves as a Trojan horse to get those things, the castor oil, into the cells in the body to improve circulation and healing. Another thing you can do is massage. When you do massage, you will tend to arrest the pain. But if it happened on the area of the body where, on the abdominal region, you will need to apply more pressure as you do massage. So I believe that if you do that, you'll be able to solve the problem. All right, thank you so much. I feel so tired because we have been doing this since morning.
Well, Doctor, we want to thank you very much
Yeah.
for the exertion, mental, the physical exertion, the delivery is wonderful. And so, it's a matter of fact, we are wisely done and what you imparted to us today. Ignorance is the brain of humanity. In so many places that people suffer, particularly age-wise, ignorance is the brain of it. And I believe our eyes are well enlightened to some of these kinds of matters. And we pray that the Lord will continue to sustain our health. I will always be too to refresh and also to get assistance when needed. God bless you for all the us in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's an honor and it's a pleasure. Thank you so much, Pastor. God bless you and God bless every member that made out time to attend this live session. I pray that God will give us the wisdom to fight and to win. That's my prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much.
and have a wonderful night rest. Okay, from email. Yeah, there's nothing. Oh, yeah, I'm going. Before this week, remember how I call milk other was it? My sister, I'm going to say, oh, let's walk one, but no, life here.